Good evening, everybody, and afternoon, depending on where you are. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live updates on the LA area fires. There are some new developments that I want to talk about. Also, at 6:30 Pacific time, there will be a live, I believe, like a virtual town meeting about the Palisades Fire. Might want to check in on that, and maybe check in on some of the other updates that have been given today. There has not been any new structure loss that I'm aware of today. It's not to say it hasn't happened, but let me say this: there has not been big new fire spreading today. How about that? I know of no new significant scale fire spreading activity that I have heard about so far today, but we have a critical fire weather warning from the National Weather Service for part of Tuesday and Wednesday in Ventura and Los Angeles counties. A PDS red flag fire weather warnings. So we're going to talk about that as well. That's quite concerning, and that's for some of Tuesday and Wednesday in Ventura and Los Angeles counties. So we're going to bring you the latest updates here. Take your comments and questions. I have the scanner on, but there's nothing super urgent that I've heard lately on the scanner. And I don't even know that any of the... I was looking around. I'm not aware that any of the... Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not aware that any of the LA stations are currently live with like an overhead, a helicopter shot of the fire activity. Which is good, which is a good thing. But I was looking around before, I didn't see any, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. I was looking around before. Because like the last few days, we were watching a lot of different local channels. I mean, ABC 7 is live, but I just checked them before the stream, and they weren't showing an overhead fire shot. So anyways, I'm going to be... What is this up there?
On command.
Let's get into some updates here. One of our viewers mentioned KTLA. Is KTLA even live? Maybe they are live. I gotta check. Maybe on their website. But if I hear of anything new, I'll certainly let you know.
You guys wondering if you made it down to your buggies?
Hold on one second here. Yeah, KTLA is on their website. KTLA has coverage on their website.
And Luguna's there too, correct?
Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right.
We see the UTV down here. I'm guessing they made it down here already.
So, the first thing I want to mention is I just saw this before we came on the air. BNO News posted about it, and I've seen some other posts about it. The death toll from the Eaton Fire and the Palisades Fire is now 24. And if I believe this is a new announcement from the County of LA Medical Examiner, I believe if we count, we'll get 24. You can see, let's see here, hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, 24. So the death toll is now 24. And what is it? 8 from Palisades and 16 from Eaton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from Palisades and 16 from Eaton, which is not good news. Again, this is a new update from the LA County Medical Examiner. Always Chasing Rain says it was 11 at the beginning of the day. Maybe it was. I don't remember the exact number at the start of the day, but it is now 24 people.
Division Foxtrot.
Which is not good.
Hotel Romeo on command.
A bunch of them, they have status. What does this say? Hold on a second here. and it'll say like a location, tells you, some of them it has the location listed of where the people died.
Division Hotel, Division Romeo, on command.
Altadena, Malibu, a lot in Altadena, Topanga, Palisades, and these numbers could rise too. So
Division Charlie, communications.
that's not good. Some of our
Communications from Division Charlie and Command Go.
Division Charlie from communications. We have a report of a flare-up at 1269 Chautauqua Boulevard.
a flare-up at 1269 Chautauqua.
Copy 1269 Chautauqua.
That is in Pacific Palisades. Fire flaring up. That's up
That is
here.
correct.
Eaton Communications,
Copy.
East
Show us that
Contingency.
investigation. I'll get back to you.
Hang on one moment here.
Communication copies, 1733.
Yeah, all resources are off the line.
Palisades Communications, this copter 4 Alpha Sierra V1.
All resources off the line, East Contingency at 1733.
Is that traffic for operations?
Yeah, some of our viewers mentioned that Reed Timmer is also live streaming and driving around at the moment. You can watch that on Reed's channel. I know he's on YouTube. He might be on Facebook too.
Operations go through traffic.
Operations, good evening. 4 Alpha Sierra will be your first Helco out this evening. Just let company communications know that we're out and have Helco established.
So certainly condolences.
Yeah, copy that. Do we have any aircraft in any rotor wing in the air right now? And also, as you go around, if you see anything, let me know. Last report we got from AirTac, very minimal activity. They're pulling the copters off, just calling them back if needed. Everything's looking good. Just crews are working on securing those edges.
My guess is
Go ahead, Laguna.
I think that was for.
Copy all and have the priorities.
Yeah, when you guys
Zulu
gonna
Alpha
start moving.
uniform. We're going to take an orbit of the whole thing and get back to you. It was pretty quiet last night. Certainly not too bad today, so we'll smash as much of it as we can.
That was, I believe that was about the Palisades Fire you were just hearing. That was about the Palisades Fire, I believe, where you just heard. It's pretty quiet right now.
Trainee on command.
We're going to start making our way down shortly.
There's a plane.
Juliet trainee, go for communications.
Hotel copies. I'll see you on the
Flying
Call
around the
on
Palisades area.
1128 Dawn Air. We have one engine on scene they will be able to handle.
So you can, I mean, the Palisades
Juliet
Fire
trainee,
area,
Communications copies. One engine on scene. Dawn Air able to handle.
there's one plane flying around the Palisades Fire area. I don't see any helicopters flying around there. They just said on the scanner, I believe, that it's been pretty quiet. Fire's still burning, but I'm sure there's some of the fire is still burning, but I don't want to say it's all out because it's not reportedly. It's still burning. Officially, it's burning and it's not contained, not all contained. But you heard there's nothing so urgent that it even requires aircraft right now. More aircraft, so that's good. And so again, that one plane is flying around in the area. Actually, if you look at watch duty, I have the satellite fire detection option turned on in watch duty, and there's nothing showing up from the last 6 hours in the Palisades Fire area. Satellite hotspots. This says, the top one says updated 2 times a day. So the top one has a couple hotspots, but that's updated every 12 hours. So I don't even, because the other one, which is every 6 hours, did not have anything. So, but yesterday, I mean, you were seeing a lot more hotspots on this map on watch duty from satellite fire detected hotspots. Yeah, here they're showing, and look, they're showing that one. They have it as that's not even, that's a helicopter. That's just flying by, I believe. We'll see, but there's one plane in the area. This helicopter here, I don't even know that is going to stop there. So very different picture than the last few days. I mean, every day before this, there's been some kind of big fire or flare up we've been covering, and structures at active risk, and lots of aircraft in the air, and lots of ongoing, urgent activity to stop some spreading fire. Things are a little more, I mean, there's still plenty of firefighters out there doing stuff, but it's a bit more controlled today. But we're going to talk about what's coming on Tuesday and Wednesday. And now Eaton Fire up here, I mean, look up here, Pasadena, Santa, I'm looking at the Eaton Fire area. I'm not seeing any aircraft here. Pasadena, Altadena, Sierra Madre, nothing. No aircraft there. If we go over there on watch duty, there it is. I have a couple hotspots. I don't even know how recent these are. Let me go to layers here. Hotspots. If I turn off the top one, yeah, if I have the one less accurate than VERS, but updated more frequently, updated 4 times a day, this is best for monitoring, detecting large and small low temp fires, updated twice a day. So so there's a couple of hotspots from the last 12 hours here.
West Contingency, communications.
No aircraft showing up here either.
All resources are off the West Contingency Division for the day.
So this is a lot different.
West Contingency, communications copies, all day resources off the line.
Is this helicopter flying around the perimeter? Is that what's happening? See this helicopter right here? That might have been the one we just heard being talked to. But this plane has been flying around, but it looks like maybe this helicopter right now is flying around that perimeter. It certainly looks like it. So, I don't know right now of any kind of new big flare-up that's getting close to structures or anything right now. I'm not aware of any of that right now. But we're going to talk about the weather that's coming. And we have a bunch of stuff to talk about. But also in 50 minutes, 50, there is a live virtual town hall for the Palisades Fire, which we'll at least check in on. And maybe I'll show, there was, not too long ago, there was a live briefing on the Palisades Fire, which is not live now, but maybe we'll watch a little bit of that and check out the official update on that. I think that a big thing to talk about is the weather, though. So why don't we get into that next? I'll take some of your comments here. By the way, thank you to our moderators. Roberts May Queen is here moderating. Beth Mythical is here. All of our YouTube mods besides them. Linda Belk and Larry on X. And again, Reed Timmer is driving around now on his YouTube feed, maybe other channels too, but looks like he's on PCH if you want to check out Reed's live stream. Now, I don't know where exactly he is. Can you just drive around I don't know if you can drive around everywhere there. I'm not sure. He's on PCH, but I don't know if he can go on PCH through where the houses have been damaged. I haven't been watching his stream, so I don't know. I'm guessing if you watch his stream, you know. But I haven't been watching it, so I don't know. Yeah, Reed Timmer. Needs a kidney, says he's got a press pass. He has a press pass, is how he got in, said bad seat. So that's what a couple of our viewers are saying. He's got a media pass. Okay, Mimi says he drove through the area. He has a media pass. Maybe after the stream, I'll go back and watch some of his stream. Also, thanks, by the way, to our Twitch moderators like A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Sarah, Surly Dev, thank you. And our Facebook moderators, I want to thank them. Margaret Riley is there. Thank you, Margaret, for moderating. And all of our other Facebook moderators, too. And Paul Anderson and Charlotte Webb. And quick thanks to Dewey 1851, PZ Papa Zulu, Zero Fox, Chupa Thingy, Kerry Poteet, Zhang Bang Lu, Digital Microdose TV, and Rivertown Creations and King James 5 on Twitch and also on Facebook, our subscribers. Hold on. Erin Van S. and Kristen McConnell Gates and Diane Allworth and Shannon Davis Hughes and Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body and our other subscribers there. Okay. I want to update you on the weather. Now, this helicopter, by the way, you can see, is flying around the fire perimeter.
Division Mike, Palisades Communications. Go ahead for my training.
Hold on a second here.
Division Mike training. I have LAPD on scene at 2 separate addresses in your division, reporting fire burning in the green. Let me know when you're ready for the addresses.
Some fires being reported.
Do the first one.
We'll show you those. As soon as they say the
Division Mike training, first address 1544 North Lackman Lane. It's Lima Alpha Charlie Kilo.
That's in Pacific Palisades. Fire
Mike,
in the green.
Alpha Nancy.
Some fire reported up here. North Pacific Palisades.
And what are they reporting?
Look at that place.
Metro called, said LAPD is on scene at the address. Behind that address, there is fire burning in the green.
Behind this address, again, I don't know if it's look at the pools here. There's fire burning in the green, maybe on the hill.
Second address 16720 Monte Hermoso Drive.
16720.
Fire in the green. That's affirmative.
Not too far away. Fire in the green up here. Look.
On command V3.
Just up here. So some fire reported in this area.
Communications on command. Go ahead.
In northern Palisades.
Show Eaton Base out of service for the night.
They said in this house, look at this. Fire, I guess in the green, behind it or something, maybe on the hill. I don't know if any of these houses are still standing, and there's something I want to mention regarding that, by the way. So there's a new website.
Eaton Squad 432 and Falk X1 en route back to ICP.
There's a new website the county put up that is showing you what houses survived and didn't survive, and they're adding to it as they over time as they do the research. I'm going to show you that website where you can look up individual addresses, and sometimes they have pictures of the houses, so you can see. But reports of some again fire behind houses. It looks like
432 and X-ray 1.
maybe down the hill back there. So I'll let you know if we hear more about that.
Task Force 11 on command. Task Force 11, Division Mike training on command. We send one engine to 16720 Monte Hermosa Drive, potentially behind fire in the green.
So they just sent a fire engine
I've
here.
got 2 engines. We're right around the corner.
Oh, They have fire engines checking this out. They're going to go to this address and they're going to check out fire in the green behind the house. I should show you guys that website right now because it's relevant. There is a county website, which is new, where you can look up addresses and see if they have information about whether the home is damaged or not. I'm going to post a link to this. It's a Palisades fire recovery information.
Eaton Communications, line medic Hernandez.
Field damage inspections may be ongoing and subject to change. The icons indicate the current known status of the structure.
Medic Hernandez off the line and route back to base camp.
So that is the Palisades Fire area here.
Medic Fernandez, Eaton Communications copies. Off the line, en route ICP 1747.
Here. You can see a lot of it is not filled in. So I was just looking at places up here, I think. A lot of these are not filled in. Like, for example, I was just looking up 16720 Monte Hermoso. Right? And it says, if you go there, I think it just has nothing. There's nothing about it. It's not marked. There's no marking on it. So it's not marked damage, no damage, or anything. It's just not marked yet. But what you can do is some of these houses, for example, I was looking at this today earlier. All of these houses in black are no damage, but all the houses in red are destroyed. So everything in red is destroyed. So I think this is in Malibu. And then, where are the ones on PCH I was looking at, for example? Anyways, if you click on a house, it'll say, damage, this one. Photo, destroyed. So you click on this, and you get a photo. Look at that, wow. These are photos from the county. I'm going to post a link to this site. And you can put in an address, you can look up an address. Look at this one here. Damage. Destroyed. Photo. There's another one. It's really sad. So I'm going to post a link to that site. Maybe we'll look at it a little more in a little bit. But a lot of the houses they haven't been examined yet. It's the damage inspections dashboard.
Division Hotel on command.
Yeah, a lot of these things are not filled in. Like over here, look at all of these that have been filled in over here. So this is part of
12-hour resources off the line, heading back to camp, and 24-hour resources on pavement, staging for night shift.
So most of the houses have not been filled in yet, but officially checked. But look at this. Of all of these, the vast majority of these are red, destroyed.
12-hour resources off the line, en route.
Black is no damage.
4 hours, resources on pavement, staged 1750.
So if you zoom in, you can actually just go to the houses and click on them. This house right here. Destroyed. Unbelievable. All right, I'm going to post the link to this in the chat. It is the LA County Damage Inspections. It's the Palisades Fire Damage Inspections Dashboard. I don't know that there's one yet for I think this is only for Palisades Fire. Because the other fire is not Eaton Fire is a different fire. And I don't think there's one for Eaton Fire yet. I'm not aware of one. Maybe there is, but this website is the one I know about, and it's the Palisades Fire. So it's recovery.lacounty.gov/Palisades-fire/. I just posted the link in the chat to this site. It's a new site.
On
It's really not good.
Papa Trainee.
Here, those are a bunch of houses on Pacific Coast Highway, for example, over here.
Fish and Wildlife Service has been notified about the mountain lions.
Operation Helco V1. Papa Trainee copies.
1752.
It's trying to get you some more of this just to show you. It hasn't filled in the photos, but if you click on this, for example, now it's in. Look at all the houses. Everything in
Command.
everything in red is destroyed.
Eaton Base, Eaton Communications on command.
Here's another one.
Just to clarify that Eaton Base is still in service for night ops. Division Lima and Division Juliet, Branch 20 on command.
Eaton Base, Eaton Communications, we copy.
These are all on PCH. It's just unbelievable.
1752.
Branch 20, Division Juliet training. Go ahead.
The black is no damage.
Division Lima, Branch 20 on command.
You can, you can go to the site. There's a key up here, a legend up here. All right, so, look at down here. It says total damage inspections. Well, where's that for the area? Because clearly they've done more than this. Oh, you know what? If you zoom out, so I'm going to zoom out all the way. They have done 929 damage inspections.
For Lima Trainee, Branch 20 on command.
About 2/3 of them are destroyed. 929 total damage inspections so far. 604 destroyed. 243 no damage.
Branch
Then the
20,
others here.
Division Lima Trainee. Yeah, Lima and Juliet from Branch 20. Edison will be energizing the areas of Baldwin, Bailey Canyon, and Alta Vista Drive. The details are in the map, in the text. Please do a safety check with all your resources. As always, treat all lines as they are live.
I'm trying, the site is going kind of...
Copies. Resources have been notified and map has been passed out.
The site is a bit slow right now. I wonder if a lot of people are using it. I wouldn't be surprised. The site is a bit slow. It wasn't this slow before. I mean, I'm trying to zoom out and stuff, and it's just taking a while to fill in here. So maybe it's just because it's a new site and a lot of people are on it.
Complete for both Lima and Juliet.
So I was trying to check the...
1830 and treat all power lines as they are live.
Isn't the... I was trying to check to see if they had any stuff from the... I mean, it's the Palisades Fire site. I was trying to see if they had anything from the Eaton Fire on it, but and I'm not going to worry about it right now. Anyways, so I wanted to let you know about that. Again, I'll post a link to this site, but it's a new site. I just heard about it today. The Damage Inspections Dashboard.
Division Mike, training.
Eaton Communications, Ambulance 27 on command.
Ambulance 27, Eaton Communications on command.
Oh, Reed just signed off? I guess Reed signed off, one of our viewers said.
16720 Monte Hermosa Drive.
Headed off the mountain.
Hold on one second here.
ICP.
That's affirmative.
Copy. So far, we're UTL on that. We found the property. We're UTL on any smoke from that property or the adjacent three. Continue looking for a minute.
They're looking at this property right now, and they said UTL unable to locate the smoke or fire. I think they were just saying they're at this property now, where they heard a report of some fire in the back, but they can't find anything right now. That's in Palisades.
Eaton Communications, West contingency.
West contingency, Eaton Communications.
All contingency West resources are off the line, returning to camp.
In 30 minutes, there's going to be a virtual town hall about Palisades fires, so we'll check some of that out.
En route, ICP 1756.
Yes, as Lexa Fulmer says, the fires are not out. So if you're looking for the latest statistics, Hearst Fire is 89% contained, Eaton Fire 27% contained, Palisades Fire 11% contained. Oh, for the other map, our viewers said that you could get the other site. Hold on a second. There's an Eaton Fire map. Yes.
Operations are kind of broken.
Thanks to our viewer. There is an Eaton Fire damage map. It's the same.
Fire, Alpha, Zulu, and Uniform all look real good, as do the other divisions. Don't see any need with the folks on the ground.
Hold on.
For us to bring up any rotary support at this time, besides the Helco for observation.
They're talking. They're talking about the Palisades fire.
Flash units operations, low volume, unreadable.
I think the helicopter's talking to them and saying it's looking good. They don't need any other helicopters out there at the moment. A helicopter just went around the perimeter of the fire, as you can see on watch duty. And I believe we said things were looking good.
Operations, Helco, how do you copy V1?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Okay, I've done 2 laps of the fire. See no need to bring out any of our other rotary assets besides ourselves. We'll save it in case we get a new start or the wind really hits us hard tonight. Alpha, all divisions look really good, especially Alpha, Zulu, and Uniform. Very little showing even through the goggles.
That's really good. That was an update from... That's from that helicopter. We just heard that from that helicopter. He said, I did 2 laps around the fire. Things are looking good. He said, talked about the wind hitting hard tonight. So maybe they're expecting wind to go up tonight. We got to look into that. But no rotor aircraft needed right now. No other helicopters needed out there right now. He's going to keep looking around, he said. But you literally just heard the transmission live from that helicopter that's flying around the area there to check it out. So that's about as up to date as you can get. That's pretty up to date.
Palisades Communication, Division Zulu trainee, all 12-hour resources are off the line.
Division Zulu trainee, Palisades Communications copies.
Mike J says that's good to hear. We should talk about the upcoming winds. That's what we should do. Oh, I want to let you know, I was just saying, there is an Eaton Fire damage inspections dashboard as well. Now, interestingly, on this one, you can see they've conducted 2,871 structure inspections, and most of them have no damage. 1,780 out of 2,871 have no damage. 908 destroyed, so about 30% destroyed. So at least of what they've looked at so far, now certainly that's terrible, right? 900 destroyed out of 2,871 examined, but it's the percentages are higher so far, much higher, of destroyed houses in the Palisades, which from the reporting and from what we've seen would be expected. Obviously, this is terrible. You have 908 structures destroyed there. Are these basically homes? I don't know if these are homes and businesses or just homes. What are they examining? I'd have to go look at all these structures and see what they're examining. But you can go here. I'll post the link here to the Eaton Fire.
Squad 432 and Falk
Eaton Fire
1 available at
Branch 1, Division Alpha on command.
Damage dashboard. Red is destroyed, black is okay.
Falk 1. We copy. Back available ICP 18.
And if you click on, you can put in an address if you want, or you can just click on a house. But like, some of them have photos. This one is destroyed. Wow. The photos are just terrible. It's just one after another. I'm just picking random places, you know.
Eaton Communications, DINS Group. All DINS Group resources are offline.
Look at this one. This one has like, if I can show you here. This one has like 5 cars in the front, all destroyed. 6 cars. 7 cars, maybe.
Division Alpha on command.
Look at that. Again, this is the LA County Eaton Fire Damage website. Damage dashboard. They have one for Eaton Fire. They have damage inspections dashboard. Eaton Fire, LA County recovers. I will post the link again in the chat. But they have websites for both fires where you can look up properties and see if they've examined them yet and investigated them and find out what they have found out about these properties.
Line Medic Munn, myself and Line Medic Kelly are en route back to ICP.
The helicopter has gone in this way. The helicopters, this is the one helicopter on the Palisades Fire.
Copies. Line Medic Kelly and
This is the Watch Duty app you're looking at. The Watch Duty app. app.watchduty.org. Quick thank you to, Nebraska Fan and Macro Geek and Joanne. Also Kev Bronstein on Twitch, Stunned in the North on Twitch. We should talk about the weather coming up. Oh, if you're wondering about current wind speeds, you can bring that up too.
Division Zulu Helco on V1.
Here are some current wind speeds. So these are wind gusts.
From REMS 1.
Wind gusts.
REMS 1, Eaton Communications on command. Go ahead.
Division Mike Trainee, Task Force
REMS
11.
1 has been released from Branch 10 en route to ICP.
In the mountains above Malibu, you have a 34, a 24. These are just gusts. The red numbers are gusts.
Eaton Communications copies. REMS 1 released.
Up here in Encino, you know, not very gusty right now. There's a 31 up here, higher in the higher elevations. You know, by the 101 gusts of 2, 4, 5. Higher in the Santa Monica Mountains here. Not huge numbers compared to what we've seen. Over here, Altadena, Pasadena, you know. Up here, you know, gusts of 10, 14, 25, but not very high right now compared to what we've seen.
Palisades Communication, Division Mike Trainee.
Some significant winds down here. Malibu area,
Line Medic Ruben and Trainee Torres.
25, 26,
That call for
22.
service at Monte Hermoso is UTL.
Line Medic Ruben and Torres. Go ahead.
Communications, copy.
We'd arrive back at the ICP going out shift. Have a good night.
This is what we need to talk about. Particularly dangerous situation, red flag
Ruben
warnings.
Torres. Eaton Communications copies arrived ICP.
Okay, I need to do it this way. we need to talk about this. This is a big deal. Look at this. Particularly dangerous situation, red flag warnings. Maybe I can fit more of this. Where did that go? Can I shrink this, or is that not going to work? I'll do it like that. Extreme risk. Look, it says extreme here. Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Tuesday, 4 a.m. to noon Wednesday. Tuesday, 4 a.m. to noon Wednesday. Extreme risk. Take immediate action. PDS timing. Tuesday, 4 a.m. to noon Wednesday. 3 PDS areas. There are 3 PDS areas. You can see them on the screen. Now, just so you know, you can see it here, like Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, Brentwood are not in those PDS areas. That doesn't mean they might not get wind, but they're not in the PDS areas. So, but I'm just giving you a... Pasadena is not in it, Burbank not in it. But some of the places that are in are San Fernando, Simi Valley, Fillmore, Ventura, Western Santa Monica's. Not Santa Monica. Santa Monica itself is not in it. The town of Santa Monica. PDS timing Tuesday to 4 a.m. to noon Wednesday. Do not do anything that could spark a fire. Have multiple ways to receive evacuation information. Peak winds for this next event will be weaker than those last week. Nevertheless,
Division Charlie trainee.
Hold on, I'll hold up a second here.
Division Charlie trainee, Eaton Communications. Go ahead.
Charlie's resources are off the line, heading into camp.
Eaton Communications copies. Division Charlie resources off the line. En route to ICP 1809.
Peak winds for this next event will be weaker than those last week. Nevertheless,
Communications, Medic Kelly.
winds will be strong enough to potentially cause explosive fire growth.
Eaton Communications, go ahead.
Eaton Communications, Medic Kelly and Medic Munns departing Division Delta, heading to ICP.
Now look at this down here. And here. In the purple areas,
Medic Kelly and Medic Munns offline en route ICP.
in the purple areas, weather 45 to 70 mile an hour gusts, locally damaging, 8 to 15% relative humidity. That's dry weather. Important, red flag conditions, though weaker winds, are expected in other areas of Southern California besides these 3 purple areas. Let me show you something else about what the National Weather Service had to say about this. Heads up! Strong, locally damaging northeast/east winds, those are coming from the northeast and east, that's Santa Ana winds, I believe, blowing out to the ocean, will affect West LA County and much of Ventura County through Wednesday. Critical fire weather is expected, so please have multiple ways of getting notifications in case of new fires and prepare ahead of time. Again, West LA County and much of Ventura County. This is extreme. Also, they say the western Santa Monica Mountains, which are in this extreme warning, because they mention it up here. Where is it here? Western Santa Monica Mountains. They say that includes Pepperdine. Western Santa Monica Mountains are the mountains and foothills west of Malibu Canyon Road, including Pepperdine University. Flora Morena says, I pray it stays away from Ventura itself. Ventura, the town, if I'm reading this right, is in the purple area here. They probably have a, hang on. I can show you the actual warning text. So this is for Ventura, California. Red flag warning. Here it is. Particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning in effect 4 a.m. Tuesday until noon Wednesday due to damaging northeast to east winds and low humidities for the following areas. And it just lists all these areas. This will be a time period of locally damaging winds with extremely critical fire weather conditions. Red flag warnings in effect for much of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through Wednesday due to gusty northeast to east winds and low humidities. I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm just kind of skipping over here. This is a particularly dangerous situation for portions of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. There will likely be damaging winds gusting between 55 and 70 miles an hour across portions of the red flag warning area from early Tuesday morning through Wednesday morning, leading to the PDS red flag warning upgrade. Areas in the red flag warning, especially during the PDS timeframe, will have a high risk for large fires. Again, areas in the red flag warning, especially during the PDS timeframe, will have a high risk for large fires with very rapid fire spread, extreme fire behavior, and long-range spotting, while dangerous PDS red flag fire weather conditions are likely with this event. While dangerous PDS red flag fire weather conditions are likely with this event early Tuesday morning into Wednesday morning, this wind event is not expected to be as strong and destructive as last week's windstorm. Due to the more easterly component of the wind, much of Ventura County will likely have stronger winds than the offshore wind events this past week.
Communications, staging on command. Staging, go.
So, something to keep an eye on and definitely be aware of if you're in the area.
All-day resources assigned to staging have been released and off the line.
Eaton Communications, Gulf Training on command.
Communications, copies.
What time is it? Oh, in 15 minutes there's a virtual town hall about the Palisades Fire, which we'll check out.
Eaton Communications, go ahead.
All 12 over Gulf resources are off the line.
All resources off the line. Eaton Communication clear. Have a good night.
Gulf clear. Eaton.
Gulf trainee, Eaton Communication.
Eaton Communications, Gulf trainee, go.
I don't want to step on the scanner. Kayak says, I can't imagine how these millions of people are on edge.
Eaton Communication clear.
Copy that.
Now, how about tonight? For example, I don't even know where to look for it, but like, I can look up Pacific Palisades and see the wind forecast for tonight. Pacific Palisades. Wind advisory.
Division Alpha Helco on D1.
Oh, wind advisory in effect from until noon PST Wednesday. Northeast winds 25 to 35 with gusts up to 55 miles an hour. That includes Palisades, Pacific Palisades. Some of these areas here, Calabasas, Agoura Hills, Eastern San Fernando Valley, blah, 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 Malibu Coast. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. But if you look at the forecast for Pacific Palisades, which I called up here, this forecast area over here, I just decided to see, let's see what the wind forecast is. Hourly weather forecast. Where's winds? Gusts.
Eaton Communications done.
So for this location, they have gusts supposed to go up,
Last calling station, Eaton Communications.
get up into the 20s.
Night operations.
Eaton
can make this a little
Communications, Decon Division, all resources on the line.
Let me make this a little bigger for you so you can see what I'm talking about. This is just one forecast for one area
Resource, I can't.
Night operations consume operations.
from National Weather Service. But just so you can see, this is the hourly forecast for Pacific Palisades. Now, this may be different forecast than other places. But they have the current forecast gusts about,
Last
what,
calling
like 15?
station, I need a designator. to
Palisades
receive
Communications from East Contingency.
And then they have the...
From communications, go.
You can see the forecast gusts go up to the 20s.
Yeah, all the day resources have left the line en route back to base.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit because a lot of the stuff is not very urgent on the scanner right now. I want to be able to still hear it, but you can see. So they have the, for example, in the Palisades,
Clear, 1818.
the gusts, forecast gusts going up at about midnight or so, and then going down a little bit, and then going up a bunch in the afternoon on Monday to like 29, then down, but not down that much. So this is just the next couple days of wind forecast for Pacific Palisades. The purple is a sustained wind, and the dark is the gusts. You can go to National Weather Service and type in any city you want, and you can get this hourly forecast. For example, this is the wind forecast for the next couple of days. And then you can get, the total forecasts and the warnings and everything. You just type in the city or location here, and you click go, and you can get it all there. And you know what I'm going to... I don't even know what it'll show us. I kind of want to check this out for a second. Let's try something here. The people at Ventasky, the weather app ventasky.com, have been nice enough to allow me to show you the weather, their app, their site. Ventasky, I know a bunch of you use it. So now this site shows you forecasted wind speeds and other weather information. It's the forecast. So I'm clicking on wind gusts, and now at the bottom, which you can't see on here at the moment, you can go forward, for like several days. So this is like the predicted current wind gusts. But I was kind of interested to see, like, if I put in like Tuesday, what it would say. So this is tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to kind of zoom in here. Ventusky.com. These are wind gusts, and it shows you the wind blowing, the Santa Ana wind blowing out towards the ocean. So these are gusts. You can see it's like, I have this set for 4 p.m. Tomorrow so far. So you can see the gusts in the 30s here, not as bad. Way less like in Los Angeles here. But if I keep going, I want to see like Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday night, that kind of thing. How far does it go ahead? Oh, I don't know if it goes that far ahead. Monday, Tuesday. All right, this is Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, okay. So I just clicked on, this is Tuesday afternoon at 5 p.m. And this is the forecast they have for the wind gusts. And you can see, look at this here. Maybe I should zoom in a little more so we get place names. These are forecast wind gusts on Ventasky for Tuesday at 5 p.m. Got some 60s up here. A lot of 40s and 30s. Now you get into Santa Monica, it's less there. Los Angeles, 20s. Then if we go to the nighttime, let's say 11 p.m. Tuesday night, it's a little less then. Wednesday, 5. Anyways, but you really can see it on if I do Tuesday. That's Tuesday at 4 a.m. Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Tuesday at 2 p.m. Tuesday at 2 p.m. I'll post a link to this site. But you can go there and you can, put in a date and time and get a forecast for how the wind's going to be and the wind direction. So that's like Tuesday at 2 p.m. And then I'll go back to current, which is Sunday at now. That's now. Things are a lot less now than there's forecast to be in a couple days. Anyways, I'm going to post a link to, it's ventisky.com. It's a neat weather site. You can see the wind predictions and the direction and you can get other weather forecast information there too. But I wanted to show you that. ventusky.com. And that's not, just to be clear, this is their current readings, but it's not actual measurements right now. These are forecast for now. What's forecast to be the case for now. In 6 minutes, there's a virtual town hall on the Palisades Fire. So you can check that out. I set out ventusky.com. I got to check some of the messages people have been sending me. Let me go back to here. There's watch duty. You can see that one helicopter flying around the Palisades Fire area. It's a lot better than it has been. That helicopter, we heard them call in and say...
Romeo 3-1 on D3.
We heard them call in and say that things are looking pretty good right now with the Palisades Fire. But they're certainly being vigilant.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1, Eaton Communications.
Eaton Communications, unmanned Romeo 3-1. We'll be conducting UAS mission on Division Tango out of drop point 13 with a ceiling of 3,000 feet and below.
Our viewer, Unapologetic Teal Error, sent me this. Unapologetic Teal Error sent me from Alex Michelson. Alex is with Fox LA. And Alex said that
Unmanned 31.
On Tuesday, the National Weather Service, as we told you.
Tango, drop point 13, operating at 13,000 feet. 3,000 feet, excuse me.
He said on Tuesday...
1825.
He said on Tuesday, the National Weather Service is forecasting a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, their highest warning.
Romeo 3-1. Just
for fire weather.
Drop point 13, Division Tango, 3,000-foot ceiling and below, IR mission.
They've declared a PDS 3 other times this season, and all led to catastrophic fires. Mountain, Franklin, Palisades, Eaton.
Excuse me. Division Tango, drop point 13, 3,000 feet, IR. Eaton communication clear.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1, branch 40 on command. I copy your traffic. I'm en route to your location.
Is this helicopter leaving?
Romeo 3-1, just north of DP 13 at the ball field.
I think this helicopter might be leaving. This is the helicopter that was just flying around the Palisades Fire. I think it's taken off. Looks like it is.
Romeo 3-1 LAV 3-1 able.
Sorry, I'm turning that down a little bit. We just don't need it that loud. There's supposed to be a virtual community meeting about the Palisades Fire coming up in 3 minutes. Let me get that on the screen for you. In 3 minutes, virtual community meeting about the Palisades Fire. We'll check out some of that. There it is, guys. Give me a moment here. Let me set something up. Remove this. Make this this. See what they have to say. We are going to check this out. No, that's false. One of our viewers says it's a replay. That's absolutely it's 100% false. We have so many viewers who, it's like no matter what I ever play, or even if I talk about a live stream on another channel, somebody always says it's a replay. It's utterly false. It's literally, they have posted about that it's starting in a minute.
Over Palisades should be going over Eaton. No ETE as of yet, but we'll advise when they're on the way.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1.
Literally says on it, waiting for Los Angeles County Fire Department at 9:30 p.m. But keep saying it's false in the chat. Keep saying it's recorded. Based on nothing.
Task Force 18 at 30 Lima training, go ahead. Can you make way over to drop point 66? Confirming this is for a UAS flight. Task Force leader, Task Force leader, unmanned Romeo 3-2. 3-1's over on the other side of the incident. I'm on the east side. I got a mission east of drop point 66, but I have a second mission that's right next to drop point 66. I'll get a hold of you on TAC when I get near you.
By the way, thank you to Michael Kelly and Misty Blue. Thank you.
Unmanned Romeo 3-1 and Unmanned Romeo 3-2. Please advise Eaton Hella Base when you are up in the air.
Also, Kristen Gates. Thank you, Kristen Gates. All right, so we're going to check this out any moment now. KTLA stopped working for me. Are they still live? Yes, they are still live. Again, if you missed it before, 24 people have now died in the Eaton and Palisades fires combined. 24 in the Eaton and Palisades fires. The toll has gone up, which is not good.
Eaton Communications, go ahead.
Line EMT retrainee back at ICP.
Cal Fire says Southern California is facing...
Palisades Communications, LAV1.
Hold on.
ICP.
LA Communications, go.
Clear. 1831.
Palisades Communications relay from Sheriff on scene. 20816 Big Rock Drive. 20816 Big Rock reported grass fire between structures.
That's in Malibu. 20816 Big Rock Drive.
Communications copies 20816 Big Rock
reported grass fire between structures up here in Big Rock, Malibu.
Back at ICP. Eaton Communications, clear. 1831.
Eaton Communications, Eaton, Helibase.
Again, waiting for their for the community meeting to start.
Eaton Helibase, Eaton Communications.
Yes, show Eaton Helibase on and available.
Cal Fire says, let me show you.
Helibase, unavailable. 1832.
I'm going to turn this down for a second. Southern California is facing critical fire weather through Wednesday. Life-threatening winds and dangerously low humidity are forecast for much of Southern California, from Ventura to San Diego, creating a significant risk of rapid fire spread.
Eaton Communications, Eaton Helibase, we are available.
Division Papa, Palisades Communications on V1.
Communication clear. 1833.
Waiting for the Palisades Fire community meeting to start any moment now. It's actually supposed to start 3 minutes ago.
Division Papa, Palisades Communications on V1.
KTLA says a man dressed as a...
Division Papa on command, go ahead.
Hold on.
Division Papa per LA Sheriff's on scene, reporting brush on fire between houses at 20816 Big Rock Drive.
We already heard that call. We heard that a couple minutes ago.
Papa, copy.
KTLA says a man dressed as a firefighter in an attempt to burglarize evacuated residents in the Malibu area was arrested on Saturday, according to the LA County Sheriff's Department. Again, KTLA reports a man dressed as a firefighter in an attempt to burglarize evacuated residences in the Malibu area was arrested on Saturday, according to the LA County Sheriff's Department. I had not heard that before. Maybe some of you had, but I had not. They might have said that at one of the briefings that I didn't see. The headline says, man impersonates firefighter to burglarize Malibu homes amidst wildfires. We're still waiting for the Palisades Fire community meeting. I also want to talk about some of the reporting going around on like how these fires might have started, but I want to wait until we see some of this meeting here. Oh, it says, hold on. What is this?
Yeah, this is Strike Team 1055 Alpha. Go ahead.
Did they just start something on a different... Hold on, I think they started it on a different channel. Hold on. This is live.
Public Information Officer for the Palisades incident. And we're going to go ahead and kick it.
Someone trying to get a hold of Strike Team 1055 on command.
Can you guys not hear?
To the right of the map here.
Can you not hear?
So it
Hold
looks
on.
really good. We still have resources going all along the fire's edge, securing that edge using mop-up techniques.
Hold on. Why can't you guys hear? You guys can't hear?
Limit any probability of any kind of escape that we have all around the perimeter on the top half of the fire to...
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to fix this. I'm trying to fix this issue. All right. I will fix it. I will fix it. It's really weird. Why can you not hear? Oh, I bet I got it. Hold on.
Use that to find those heat sinks. We did have a few points of isolated heat sources, and we're out there.
Why can't you guys hear?
Making sure that we get in there and make sure we put that out again. With the upcoming winds, we're being extra vigilant out there. Coming down Mandeville Canyon, the
I'm really sorry. It's really confusing. I will start this from the start, but I don't know why you can't hear, and I know you can't hear, and I don't know why it is. It's really confusing. It makes no sense that I'm getting some sound and you guys can't hear it. It's very, very confusing. This is so strange. Why is this not? Let me try something else. Again, I can rewind it a minute and just play it from the beginning. It's just really, it makes no sense that you guys are not hearing. I'm doing everything I would normally do to have you hear. And for some reason, you guys can't hear. No, but you weren't hearing it the right way. It should be like perfect sound. So give me a second. Now let me just test. Can you hear this? It's really weird. That's really messed up. Why is this so slow? What's happening here? Can you hear me now? I bet you can't hear me now.
Coming over here, going up towards Montanito. This line that's black in here is secure.
All right. I need to fix this. Let me fix it and I'll just rewind it and play it from the start. I'm really sorry. It really makes absolutely no sense. It is extremely confusing. And you can hear the scanner too, but this is really confusing. I'm going to have to restart something. I know you can hear me fine. Give me a minute. I just have to refresh something. I'm really sorry. It frustrates me to no end. And I have no idea why you can't hear. None. Absolutely none. But I'm just going to restart something and it very well might fix it. I don't know if I've ever had that issue before. Again, I'll just have to rewind it 2 minutes and just start it from the beginning. I really apologize. It's really annoying. No idea why that is. You can see fine, you just can't hear. Doing a little refresh here. Thanks for your patience. All right, I'm almost refreshed. Thanks again. And you can hear the scanner fine. I mean, that's the scanner, and you can hear that fine.
Drone over Tom Drive, Elko, already aware.
Ridiculous.
Affirmative, Division Juliet.
I'm going to try this again.
Hey, Pat, radio check on LA Command.
Have your line clear.
Something, I gotta look at all this. Something is behaving wrong. All right, now I have it on the screen here. Now let's see if you can hear it. Let's try this. It's the moment of truth. Well, I can't hear it. What is happening? Oh my gosh. You still can't hear. What is happening here? What is happening? How is this possible? I have never had this issue before. I just can't. What is happening? How is it not playing? Yeah, no, it makes no sense. It really does. Something is like very wrong. That you're getting the video fine and the audio is not coming through. It makes no sense. How is that possible? Sound? I didn't change anything. I think I fixed it. Did I fix it? No, I didn't fix it.
Go for ambulance 1.
No, it's not YouTube. It's a weird. I have never ever. I can honestly say I've never had this issue before. What's going on right now? Unless there's some it's some weird thing with like my program. It makes no sense at all.
Amber 1 copies. Altered patient at Zuma Base Camp. We're en route.
Try something else here. But it just makes no sense that you can't hear.
Ambulance 1, be advised your patient is going to be at CalMat.
What is happening? Ugh.
Amber 1 copies.
I might have to reset something. Might be something with this program. Because I want to be able to show you stuff with sound on it, obviously. No, it makes no. This is really, really weird. Never had this before. Don't know what to do. I have one other thought. One other thought I can try. Where is it here? Now, can you hear anything on this one? No, it's going to be the exact same issue.
Quick reminder that folks can put questions.
There's got to be something I'm doing. No, but it's not just about the town hall. There might be other stuff where I want to play you video with sound on it. So I'm going to take a second right now and see if I can fix it because
I'd like to request
it's just
law enforcement code 3 for a suspicious individual in the area of 1193 Piedra Murata Drive with a newer model white Jeep Wrangler. No further description. Mike training. Copy. LEO code 3 for suspicious individual 1193 Sierra Madre in a newer looking white Jeep Wrangler.
What am I doing here?
There's going to be a correction to that address. It's Piedra Morada Drive. Papa, India, Echo, Delta, Romeo.
A lot of them
Alpha,
going around
Piedra,
in regards to short-term rentals and GoFundMe pages.
Oscar,
So we
Romeo, Alpha, Delta, Alpha. Individual may be wearing clothing related to the fire department.
Next up, LA County Fire.
Still not hearing. No, you're not, guys. You're not hearing it the right way. The way when you guys say you can hear it.
Correction. Piedra Morada. Also copy.
When you guys say you can hear it, you're not really hearing it. You're hearing it through my microphone, and it's not going to sound right, and it's not going to look right. So, it's really annoying. And I wanted to look at some of the other press conferences too. Part of me, no, I didn't fix it, trust me. But part of me wants to try resetting something. And I think I should be able to fix this, but it will require me, I think this will require me to maybe pause the stream for a minute. There's a risk it could really mess with the stream, but I could always just restart a new stream if that happens. By the way, a quick thank you to, because we're going to play other stuff too, so I got to get this fixed. By the way, thank you to Matthew Felty and Nina Drew, Rocky Mountain Billy, Michael Kelly. Thanks so much to 86 Bass Now. 86 Bass Now, thank you. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, Gamer Chris too. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to pause, the stream's going to pause on your end for like 45 seconds. There's a chance I'll just have to restart the stream, but I gotta, there's other stuff I want to play you. So if it requires me restarting the stream and starting a new stream, I'll just do it. But I can't have it like this because there's other stuff we want to look at. No, and it wasn't, even though you guys were hearing sound, you got to trust me, you weren't hearing it the right way. It had not actually been fixed. Trust me, I know what you were hearing. It's not right. So give me a second. Let me see if I can fix it. And if we have to start a new stream, we'll just start a new stream. I'm really sorry. It's really infuriating because there's no real explanation. It literally may be a thing where I have to restart the computer, and it just somehow magically works. It's never something you would think would happen. It just makes no sense. I've never seen this specific issue before, which makes me think it's some stupid thing with the program. Let's see here. Try something here. Yeah, it makes no sense. It's just not, the audio is not being sent through. The audio is not making it through to the program. All right, here we go. I'm going to try this now, guys. So hang on tight. This might not work. It's good. The broadcast is going to pause, and either we'll be back or I'll start a new stream. One of the two things is going to happen. Either we'll pause for a minute and I'll be right back, or I'll just start a new stream. Okay? So here we go. I hope this works. If it doesn't, I'll see you on a new stream. Let's see. Here we go.
Thank you, sir. And we do have some additional questions as well. So we're going to bring up the appropriate This is a community meeting for the Palisades Fire.
Oh, sorry. I was muted. I was muted. Everything's fixed. I didn't know I was muted. It's fixed. The audio is fixed. I didn't realize I was muted. My audio is working fine. Everything is good. We're all good. We're going to play the meeting. What I said is literally the only thing I had to do is I had to restart the program. It's that stupid that it didn't work. I had to literally restart the program. I wasn't doing anything wrong. It didn't work. Okay. That's what, nothing I was going to do was fix it except restart it. So I restarted it, and of course it fixed it. Stupid. Okay, now I'm going to put on minutes ago. I'm going to put that on the screen, so people know this just happened. And we're going to watch it. Minutes ago. Here is the update that they've just been giving about the Palisades Fire. And you're going to be able to hear it now. Thank goodness. Here we go. I'm just getting things set up so I can see your comments too. Here we go. I'm just getting things set up.
Thank you so much for the. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for the community meeting. We apologize, had some technical issues, so thank you for hanging with us. This is a community meeting for the Palisades Fire for Sunday, January 12, 2025. My name is Thomas Schutz, Public Information Officer for the Palisades incident, and we're going to go ahead and kick it right to operations for a briefing of the fire.
Good evening, Christian Litz with my partner Landon Hack. We are Operations Section Chiefs for the Palisades Fire. Talking about aircraft, I'll start there. We did utilize aircraft today to go ahead and secure our edges and support the ground troops that we have out there. Just a little fun fact out there, we've flown with 9,500 gallons of retardant with the helicopters that we use from last night until today. So that's a pretty substantial number to secure those edges for us. So talking about the fire, I'm going to go the right half of the fire from the Topanga side to the right of the map here. So it looks really good. We still have resources going all along the fire's edge, securing that edge, using mop-up techniques to get deeper and deeper in to secure that edge, to limit any probability of any kind of escape that we have all around the perimeter on the top half of the fire of the fire. So we're looking at Topanga Oaks area, the Sylvia Park area, up the ridge system there, which is Temescal system, up top to Dirt Mulholland and down. Everything's looking good, but we're staying vigilant because we know that there's heat sources in there. We saw IR flight capabilities, and we use that to find those heat seeks. We did have a few points of isolated heat sources, and we're out there with resources on the ground, making sure that we get in there and make sure we put that out. Again, with the upcoming winds, we're being extra vigilant out there. Coming down Mandeville Canyon, the fire is still holding to that Mandeville Fire Road, or the Mandeville Canyon Road, and resources are still in there behind the structures, doing techniques that they can, cutting away the brush, clearing the brush, using their hand tools, mixing it with water to make sure that there's no sources behind the structures, and again, securing that edge and keeping it where it is. Coming down the West Ridge area and the Riviera down to Pacific Palisades where those structures are, resources are still in there. Everywhere around we had structure damage, and behind those structures making sure that we limit any kind of adverse fire effect and damage to those structures that we have in there. Coming from the bottom to Pacific Palisades and the Castlemare area, Temescal Canyon, Palisades Drive, coming back to Topanga Canyon, we have resources getting as deep as we can, working all those structures and mitigating any heat sources, focusing on the stand structures and working around them, making sure, again, that no heat source can get to those structures and cause any unwanted damage.
All right, continuing up the coast, Malibu Canyon. Along the coast, along the highway here, a lot of work is being done, same as on the other side, getting into the structures that are up off of the coast in the mountain areas up there, and a lot of those windy roads that are going up there. So they're continuing to work around those structures, clear vegetation from them, and make sure that the structures that have been undamaged are going to still not be damaged. They're going to clear the vegetation away, put out hot spots, and make sure those are all secure. Something else that's going along on the PCH is infrastructure is starting to be repaired. So there's poles being set, communications stuff, the power companies and utility companies are starting to surge that workforce in there, so that's good stuff. Coming over here, going up towards Montanito, this line that's black in here is secured. We're very confident that that's not going to move over further up the coastline that way. Coming in Montanito, continued hand line and dozer line reinforced with aircraft and retardant. Continues putting the lines together. It gets into some rock outcroppings up there where we got to put line into the rock outcroppings, skip around them to the other side, make sure there's no vegetation in those rock outcroppings that's going to allow fire to get through them, and then they continue on putting that perimeter of the fire down. A lot of good work up in there. It's secure. This hasn't moved today, which is very good news, and so they're able to get in there and continue to mop up, put those hot spots out, and push the heat that's up against the line deeper into the burn here. Going up across the top all the way over to Fernwood, this is got line and pieces of it. There's areas where they really have to do some work on backside of that ridge is pretty steep on both sides. So there's a lot of work being done in there. Again, the road system up here, something else that we're dealing with is the equipment is able to get in, they work for the day, and by the time they come out, a lot of the rock walls and banks and cut banks and stuff slide out during the day because of the lack of vegetation that's normally holding them up. So we run some blade trucks through there, scrape that stuff off. So that's kind of a constant project up there, but it does slow down some progress. Over in Fernwood, this piece of line down in here on the southern edge comes up against the structures, and that line is in direct on the fire's edge. It's hand line cut by crews, and then there's hose lay in there as well, and they're flowing water in there, putting out all the hot spots in here and gaining that depth further away, pushing any heat signatures back away from the structures and the fire's edge. Oh, one more thing I was going to talk about. Something else that we're doing with the upcoming wind event that's starting and going through the next few days, we're standing up some structure protection groups that are going to be strategically placed in a couple locations over the top of the fire. And what that's going to consist of is strike teams of engines, which is 5 engines of the same type with a leader. They're going to be grouped up. They're going to have another person that leads all of them. So there'll be strike teams of engines, hand crews, and bulldozers all grouped together. We'll utilize them for anything that happens in the event that something comes up on our fire, but we're also utilizing them for initial attack outside of our fire incident to help keep any new fires that pop up small.
Next up, our incident meteorologists with a fire discussion.
All right, good evening, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. Weather-wise, big story is red flag warning. We still have a red flag warning in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. What that means, we have the expectation of widespread critical fire weather conditions across the fire. Next couple days, that means north-northeast winds gusting anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour. And those winds will probably be strongest on Tuesday morning. Along with those gusty north-northeast winds, you're going to have very low humidities, generally in the teens, and maybe even some single digits by Wednesday, so very dry out there. And combine that with the very critically dry fuels, gives you a recipe for critical conditions, and hence why we have the red flag warning in effect till 6 p.m. Wednesday. Now going into Thursday, things start transitioning. We get out of that kind of Santa Ana wind pattern and start getting back to kind of more typical sea breeze onshore type of pattern. And that'll take us through the weekend. So actually for this weekend, things are looking much cooler, higher humidities, just your typical sea breeze sort of winds and so forth. So overall, we'll definitely at least get a few days break from the Santa Anas by Thursday, Friday into the weekend.
Next up, LA Fire Department.
Good evening, everybody. Joe Everett, Assistant Chief, Los Angeles City Fire Department, part of the Unified Command team running this fire here. I just want to say last night we had a actual town hall type meeting where I got to meet some of the amazing neighbors of the Pacific Palisades. And I'm so proud of the people and what the resiliency they've shown to me already. And I think it's just evidently true that bond that I know that I've created and we're going to continue to create, we're going to get this through together. So that being said, we just heard our weather person talk about the critical fire weather that's coming up. So we're not through with this yet. So from me here on the city side, stick with me. We need to get through this. I know it's frustrating. I know you want to get back in your houses, and we're coming up with plans to do that. But we keep getting stalled by Mother Nature. So keep that in mind. And when I'm not dealing with that firefighting side of things, I got you in my heart, so I'm trying to get you back to what you need to do. So let's kind of keep this one team concept going, and we'll get through it. And let's not forget our partners over in Malibu. I'm unified with Los Angeles County Fire and Cal Fire, and we're all working here for you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Quick reminder that folks can put questions in the chat, and we're going to do our best to answer as many as possible at the end of this. Any questions that we don't get to, we're going to put together and put out in a fact sheet on our social media tomorrow. Next up, LA County Sheriff.
Good evening. Captain Andrew Cruz, the incident commander for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Incident Management Team, night side. We continue to support the efforts here at the Palisades Fire with 104 sworn personnel plus 16 National Guard soldiers. Our missions remain to staff hard closures and traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, and escorts for essential services. The curfew does remain in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and this is to enhance public safety and to protect property. I will report that last night we did have one arrest for the curfew, a gentleman who was in the zone and refused to be, did cooperate with the deputies and ultimately was arrested. I will say that the sheriff does ask that the public remain vigilant in regards to scams. There are a lot of them going around in regards to short-term rentals and GoFundMe pages, so we ask that you remain vigilant when it comes to offers. Thank you.
Next up, LA County Fire.
Good evening. Robert Harris, Unified Commander at LA County Fire. We just want to thank the community first and foremost for just the show of support. I've visited several of our firefighters and our fire stations during this siege, and they just cannot overstate the community's support for our efforts. So we just want to say thank you. Your LA County Fire Department is leaning forward and continue to prepare and plan for the oncoming wind event. We have not reduced our staffing footprint here since the beginning of this firefight. We continue to have over 1,400 members that are committed to this firefight, and we are continuing to be vigilant in preparing to get you back into your homes. So we thank you for just your patience as we continue to plan, and that is at the top of our minds to get you back home as soon as possible, but we continue to just ask you for your patience as we do that, because your safety is our #1 priority. Thank you.
Next up, LAPD.
I'm Captain Mike Lorenz with the Los Angeles Police Department. I'll be your incident commander for the evening hours, what we call B-Watch for LAPD. That'll be from 6 p.m. to 6 in the morning. LAPD is very appreciative of all the support from the community members, even from throughout the city, and also the support for the first responders. Our hearts definitely go out to all of those who lost their homes and have family members and any type of nexus to the burn site. The burn site continues to be evacuated at this point. The only time LAPD is going inside there is to do welfare checks or to look for any of those who are trespassing or looting. From what the reports that I'm getting is that we're detaining people hourly. So every hour we're detaining at least 1 to 2 people that are inside the area that should not be there, or we're trying to vet them out whether they are private security and they got approval from LAPD. And also this area still remains unsafe. There's still an active investigation. We have not ran cadaver dogs through this area. We have agencies that are going to be doing that in the near future. And also there's down power lines and a lot of debris where you can get injured. LAPD's role in all this is to continue traffic control, continue to push pedestrian traffic around the burn site, and obviously any type of welfare checks like I had mentioned. One of the questions that came through are, what are you doing about the drones? We are utilizing some of our federal partners to handle the drones. From what I know is that you will be arrested on site, and our DA's office is on board with prosecution regarding the drones. The drones affect all of the aircraft then in an area. The aircraft needs to stop or cease what they're doing because the drones are up, and it creates a very immense safety hazard. But I do appreciate everybody's patience in all this, and if you do have any questions while you're out in the field, speak to an officer, ask for a supervisor, and they will give you the best answer possible. But we would like to keep everybody outside of the evacuated site. And also, we have repopulated some areas on the northern end, and I'll go ahead and read them off to you. And the reason why LAPD repopulated is that way we are aligned with CAL FIRE's response on all this. So fire sectors that have been repopulated is going to be 764, 762B, 1089, 1163, and 779. And if you'd like to get information on which areas are to be repopulated or which areas are evacuated, go to the protect.genesis.com, and Genesis is spelled GENASYS, or go to the CAL FIRE website.
Thank you, sir. And we do have some additional questions as well. So we're going to bring up the appropriate answer. They're going to read out the question and then give the answer.
Hello again, Christian Litz, Operations. So first question, what does containment mean? So if we look on the map and you see black line around, that is where we are considering it to be contained. Containment means we are 100% sure in that area the fire will not have an escape, meaning it will not cross the line and have any substantial or any growth at all where that black line is. So we have contained that fire and controlled it. What direction is the wind pushing the fire? So during Santa Ana events, you're looking at a wind that is north, northeast, west, which our IMET has replied to us. So a couple things about wind, good and bad. The bad part is about when the wind is a high velocity wind, it has that ability to push the fire with extreme fire growth, especially in the fuel bed that we have. Live fuel moistures are very low. Like tinderbox allows it to ignite quick and move quickly. However, when a wind is in a Santa Ana wind event and it is blowing in a direction that we know is going to sustain, it makes it better to predict where the fire is going to grow, except for when the fire is shielded from the wind and it moves with topography, and then it will blow in that direction. What that allows us to do is really prepare and put resources in the appropriate places that we can be the most effective in attacking that fire and keeping it in where we want it to be and keeping the new fires as small as possible because we know exactly where it's going to go. Couple questions on the north side of the fire. What is happening on the north end of the fire by Encino? And then another question is, will this fire affect the San Fernando Valley? So those are two in the same. So the San Fernando Valley is on the north end of the fire along the 101, and Encino also marries up with those same communities. So will the fire affect it? The good thing about a wind coming from the north-northeast, it's starting from the top side of the map, pushing down to the bottom side of the map. That means if anything happens, it's going to push into the ocean, same footprint. So what we like to say, it's going to be wind tested, yes, but along that you see the north edge of the fire, the top side is going to push right into where the burn scar is, where it's already burned, where there's no fuel, so it's going to push in. We just have to stay diligent and resources in, so if there's nothing else that can happen, it's still going to push into the black, but we can still attack it. We still have the resources available, the aircraft, the fixed wing, the rotorcraft, and then, as always, we use drone technology to help us pinpoint the heat. This question, do we need to wear an N95? So right now you don't see the smoke in the air. There is no need to wear an N95 as long as you're outside of the smoke and outside of any area that you're in with ash. Yes, if you come into where there's finer dust or there is ash in the area for whatever reason that is, it is not a bad idea to put an N95 in to filter out those particles so they don't get inside your lungs and cause any damage to you. My partner will have a few more questions for you.
All right. So the first question I have is what out of states are assisting you, and what other countries are helping? So what I know for right now today is we have resources here from Oregon, Utah, Montana, Washington, and Nevada. And then as far as countries go, we have some folks in camp assisting us that are actually we're going to have come out with us tomorrow from Canada, and then we have some firefighters as well from Mexico that are helping us out. The next question is there a risk to Montanito? So yes, and I'm going to explain that hopefully by answering the next question, which is show us on the fire where the head of the fire is on the map. So back to talking about the wind, right? So the wind is what pushes the head of the fire when it overpowers the topography, which is slope, because it generally wants to go up slope. So when the wind is overpowering the topography, it drives the head of the fire in the direction that the wind is blowing, right? So going back to our Santa Ana event, wind is coming down out of the north. It does tend to slide to the northeast. It can go to the northwest. It varies from hour to hour, from minute to minute, but generally it's coming out of the north with this event. In this incident, that wind pushed the head of the fire down to the Pacific Ocean. So right now there's truly no defined head of the fire because it has run into here and has ran out of fuel as far as making hard push. What does occur is when that wind lightens up, like it had the last few days, some of the topography features up here will allow the fire to go the other direction because the wind is not overpowering the topography, right? So that's, you can't really see it on the map, but if anybody's familiar with that area, there's lots of drainages, lots of ridges. So the fire will move and make small, what we call head runs, that will come up into those drainages and kind of work its way out. When that occurs and it gets out past where it's already burned, the risk is that when that Santa Ana event happens again, as is coming up, that it can then pass where it had already burned, right? So in this instance right here, there is risk to Montanito on a northeast wind if the fire is up anywhere above it where it can get into these drainages and get around. And as I explained earlier, right now, This does have almost completed line around it, but and the hot spots have been, we're continuously pushing this back away so that it can't do that. So yes, there is a risk. We're very confident in the line we have, but again, the winds change. Even in these strong wind events, we will have fluctuation in direction that makes us chase it around a little bit. Hopefully that answered that for you. Good.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you everybody for joining us for this virtual meeting. We will be doing this again tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Please check fire.ca.gov for more information on the Palisades Fire in the meantime, and it has links to all our great partners as well. Thank you and have a great night.
All right, I'm glad we got that to actually work. That was tonight's update from the Palisades Fire authorities, and maybe a little later we might listen into some of the update that was given earlier on that. But I mean, we don't on the Palisades Fire earlier today. But you know, the overall picture tonight is that we don't have, things are much more under control, at least temporarily, than they were previous nights and days. Cami says, best update ever. So, you know, we told you, oops, sorry. Here is the, as we've been discussing here, for example, I'm showing you the Palisades Fire right there on watch duty, and there's only one helicopter there, and I think that's the one that's been there for a while. And that we heard that helicopter, I want to say an hour or so ago. It flew around the fire a couple times, and it basically reported in that things were looking good, and that no other helicopters were needed right now. You know, things were looking pretty good on that fire, at least when we last got the update from the helicopter. I'm going to turn the scanner on again, by the way, in a second. And I haven't heard anything of huge concern from the Eaton Fire area at the moment. There's actually no aircraft over the Eaton Fire right now. Let me turn the scanner back on because I had it off for the briefing. So let me get the scanner back on. Hold on. Hold on a second. Give me a moment here. I got to get the scanner on. I have the scanner on. I think it's working. We'll see. By the way, huge thanks to 86 Bass Now. That's very nice of you, 86 Bass Now. Thank you. Also, thanks to Brianne and Dewey. Oops, hold on a second. I gotta refresh something here. I gotta do a little refresh. Give me a moment. One moment. Dewey, 1851, Miss Tina, Brianne, Tasteless Gentleman, SoCal Boho Gal, Murasan Mihai, Matthew Felty, Bebop and Rocksteady, Veronica, Gamer Chris, Nina Drew, Rocky Mountain Billy, Michael Kelly, Misty Blue, Nebraska Fan, thank you. And also Deep Fried Swifty, Psyops, Hurricane Ben 19, Speedbird 4 over there on Twitch, and Kev Bronstein, thank you. Let's see here. Now the scanners are on, but I'm not hearing anything from them at the moment. But they are on. But am I? Let me just check something here. Everything is so messed up right now. Can I even get this to work? Yes, I'm hearing the silence on the scanner. I'm hearing the static or whatever, but it is working. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the scanners are working. Now, we need to go to by the way, speaking of watch duty said, as 13% contained, the fire is. Yeah, you know, watch duty, they were listening to the scanner when we were listening to it. I mean, this is what we were just talking about that we heard on the scanner. Helicopter coordinator reports that all divisions of the Palisades Fire look really good and that no helicopter support is needed over the fire at this time per radio traffic. That I was just talking about that. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then, what is this here? Hold on. I'm just also checking for updates here. You can reach me at Lookner on X. Oh, Cal Fire posted a video summarizing. They posted a video summarizing the fires. They just posted this. Let's see what this is. Cal Fire. Here is a summary of the major fires burning in Southern California.
From the Cal Fire Information Center, I'm Bryce Bennett with your fire update for January 12th, 2025. As of today, there are more than 14,000 personnel, including firefighters, law enforcement, and other emergency support on the ground and in the air battling the ongoing historic fires in Southern California. In the first 11 days of the year, there have been more than 40,300 acres burned from 105 fires. With an estimated 12,000 structures destroyed, this makes the Eaton and Palisades Fire likely the second and fourth most destructive fires in California's history. Sadly, the number of confirmed deaths continue to rise. 2 CAL FIRE incident management teams remain active on the Palisades and Eaton fires, with a third on standby if the need arises. Here's a look at the active fires burning in Southern California. Palisades Fire has burned more than 23,700 acres with 11% containment. Yesterday, the Eaton Fire saw minimal fire growth to a little more than 14,000 acres, with containment growing to 27%. Significant progress has been made on other fires in the area. The Kenneth Fire is now fully contained, and the Hearst Fire is moving closer to full containment. With favorable wind conditions yesterday, aviation assets flew nearly a combined 60 hours in support of firefighters on the ground. This now includes all 8 MAFS-equipped C-130s from the Cal Guard. We are thankful for the continued support from other states, including Arizona, Oregon, Washington, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, New Mexico, and Nevada, as well as support from Canada and Mexico, with more on the way. A red flag warning remains in effect in the majority of Ventura, Los Angeles, and Orange counties, with parts of San Bernardino, Riverside, and San Diego counties as well until Wednesday night. With first responders working to control the major ongoing incidents, it's critical for all of California to do their part to not spark a wildfire. Visit readyforwildfire.org to make sure you aren't doing the right thing the wrong way. As always, for the most accurate, verified, and up-to-date information on wildfires in your area, head over to our website, fire.ca.gov. That's the latest on the fire situation in California. I'm Bryce Bennett. Have a fire-safe day.
All right, quick summary there. And yeah, we should just, before moving on to other things, mention again the critical fire weather warning. I know we discussed this before, but it's worth repeating. Particularly dangerous situation, red flag warnings. In case you didn't know, between Tuesday, do I have this here? Between Tuesday at 4 a.m. and noon Wednesday. That is very concerning. Ventura and Los Angeles counties, those 3 areas in the purple, 3 PDS areas, although red flag conditions, though weaker winds are expected in other areas of Southern California as well. Tuesday, 4 a.m. to noon Wednesday, extreme. The highest level, it says here, let me just take this off for a second. You can see the highest level, extreme fire risk. Weather, 45 to 70 mile an hour gusts, locally damaging, 8 to 15% relative humidity. That is dry. Do not do anything that could spark a fire. Have multiple ways to receive evacuation information. Peak winds for this next event will be weaker than those last week. Nevertheless, winds will be strong enough to potentially cause explosive fire growth.
LA County from Rescue 69 on V1.
Annie says, my sister lives in Ventura. Hope she stays safe. But you can see, places like LA and Beverly Hills.
You have traffic for communications?
And Santa Monica, they're not in one of the purple areas, but they could experience red flag conditions. Melissa K says, in Temecula, we have a red flag warning.
LAFD Rescue 69, communications.
LFD Rescue 69, go for LA.
What are they saying?
LFD Rescue 69, did you have traffic for LA or communications?
We're waiting to hear something on the scanner. Gomez is asking about how these fires may have started. So I want to talk about some of that stuff too, which we haven't really had a chance to do that much yet. So let's talk about that. Here's a story about it from AP. The other pictures here. What ignited the deadly California wildfires? Investigators consider an array of possibilities. There's talk that possibly one or more of the fires could have been started by power lines. AP says investigators are considering an array of possible ignition sources for the huge fires that have killed at least 24 people and destroyed thousands of homes and businesses. While lightning is the most common source of fires in the U.S., investigators were able to rule that out quickly. There were no reports of lightning in the area. The next 2 most common causes, fires intentionally set and those sparked by utility lines. John Lentini, who is a fire expert, said the size and scope of the blaze does not change the approach to finding out what caused it. This was once a small fire, he said. People will focus on where the fire started, determine the origin, and look around the origin and determine a cause. There has been no official indication of arson in either blaze yet, and utility lines have not yet been identified as a cause either. Utilities are required to report to the California Public Utilities Commission when they know of electric incidents potentially associated with a wildfire, said this expert. Okay. Southern California Edison filed a report in relation to the Eaton Fire in which it said it has not received any suggestions that its equipment was involved in the ignition of that fire. I'm going to show you some other stuff about this too. While lightning, arson, and utility lines are the most common causes, debris burning and fireworks are also common causes, but fires are incited by myriad sources. Now, that being said, in terms of there being no official pronouncement about what caused it, there's also some talk that maybe power lines did play a role. So here is, let me show you something here. I have a couple things on this. Power equipment draws intense scrutiny in Los Angeles fires. This is the Washington Post. Dozens of homes in the Altadena area, including some near Eaton Canyon, still had power when the Eaton Fire sparked near a large transmission tower and distribution pole around 6:15 p.m. Tuesday, according to a grid monitoring company and interviews with residents. The fact that electricity was moving along transmission lines between Eaton Canyon's hillside and nearby homes at a time of high wildfire risk raises safety concerns, according to two experts who said, it has become routine for utilities in California to shut off power during red flag events when weather conditions pose the risk of winds downing electrical lines that could ignite vegetation.
LA County for Rescue 69 on DTAC 1.
Rescue 69, go for LA.
Oh, hold on a second here.
Rescue 69, yellow goggles, I can't hear you. Do you guys have a patient? You're located if you do. LA from communications. The patient is being rendezvoused to drop point 10.
They're talking about a patient they have.
Communications, thank you.
You can see here, just skipping ahead a bit, it says, at 6:15 p.m. Tuesday, Jennifer Erico's husband, Marcus, burst through the door saying that the electrical tower on the hillside across from them was on fire. She ran to her back porch and said flames were roaring from the base of the tower. She snapped photos of the blaze blowing up beneath the transmission infrastructure, which she said was on the east side of the canyon. In its statement, Southern California Edison confirmed it has transmission facilities on the east side of Eaton Canyon. Anyways, she said, hold on a second, I'm just kind of skipping ahead here.
Communications branch 1 safety.
And then here's something here about 25 miles away from Altadena.
Branch 1 safety communications. I just copy your traffic. Is there a incident related medical?
This is the Hearst fire this talks about here. It says, Matt Fernandez was driving north on I-5 around 10:10 Tuesday night when he saw two bright flashes in the sky, a purplish blue glare. There was no bang or lightning, he said.
There is an incident-related medical from camp. They're using drop point 10 as a rendezvous with LA 69.
Sounds like maybe a firefighter got hurt or something, because they say it's an incident-related medical patient. So I hope that person's okay.
Copy that. Confirming. Safety medals have been notified.
Anyways, this is talking about somebody who saw...
That's affirmative. Branch 1 safety. All members of medical have been notified.
This is talking about the Hearst fire. Again, Matt Fernandez was driving north on Interstate 5 around 10:10 Tuesday night when he saw two bright flashes in the sky, a purplish blue glare. He recalled there was no bang or lightning. He said, stunned, he turned the corner and the hillside was burning. That turned out to be the start of the Hearst fire. Whisker Labs data shows there were two very large grid faults in the Sylmar area where he saw the flashes, one at 10:11 and one at 10:29 p.m. Any fault can cause a fire. A video posted on Twitter captures what Fernandez witnessed, a massive bright purple glare and then an eruption of orange in the hills. Utilities have caused a number of historic deadly wildfires in California and elsewhere. SCE was found responsible for starting the Woolsey fire that ripped across Malibu in November 2018, for example. Anyways, so there's this question as to whether any of these fires were started by power equipment. Possibly power that was supposed to have been shut off but wasn't. We don't know, but I just wanted to bring that up. I've read there's some other articles floating around about this possibility as well. Wendy thinks it sounds like a transformer blowing. Sarah Brown thinks it definitely could be transmission lines that started the Eaton fire, not the Palisades, though. There's no official pronunciation about this, about what the causes are yet. And then, like ABC7 had an article, cause of Eaton fire may be downed power line, witness says. Where they talked to a witness who lives in a house near Eaton Canyon, and the witness told ABC7 that his power flickered around 6:10 p.m., and then a neighbor called a few minutes later to say there was a fire under the power lines, and then he saw it. So I don't know. The New York Times has an article today. Los Angeles utilities' decisions to keep power on are scrutinized. And they say, like that Washington Post article said, it says, the New York Times reported a couple days ago that power lines near the Eaton and Palisades fires were on when those blazes started.
Go ahead for ambulance 1.
Amber 1 from communications, be advised, LAFD Rescue 69 is going to be staging, waiting for you at the entrance of Will Rogers. How do you copy?
Ambulance 1 copies, staging at Willa Rogers.
There's an interesting point that was made in that article too. I think it might have been in this article.
Ambulance 1 from communications, what's your ETA?
You're unreadable. Can you repeat that?
Amber 1 from communications, what's your ETA?
By the way, the New York Times also said that...
I'm sorry, you're unreadable again.
The New York Times says it had emerged that the...
Ambulance 1 from communications,
what's your ETA? Your ETA to Will Rock.
I'm turning this down because it's kind of I don't think it's not a big new fire development. So I'm just turning it down for a second. I was going to say the New York Times also reported that the LA Department of Water and Power,
ETA to Will Rogers is approximately 10 minutes.
LADWP, which serves Pacific Palisades, does not have a program in place to preemptively shut off power in urban areas when fire risk is elevated. Anyways, so that's, there's a bunch of different, and then the LA Times has an article that's where the headline says, "Power lines, old embers, arson, investigators, experts, amateurs look for cause of LA fires." So this is being looked into.
Division Juliet trainee, go ahead.
The call at 15933 Alcima Avenue. False alarm.
Oh, I have another article about a possible electricity leak. Look.
15933 Alcima, false alarm.
Fire agencies to investigate potential Edison link to LA Hearst fire. Reuters says fire agencies are investigating whether Southern California Edison's utility infrastructure sparked a brush fire that is still burning in an LA suburb, said Southern California Edison on Friday.
Division Juliet.
Yeah, can you send an engine down on the PCH right across from the police where the law enforcement parking lot is? We've got a flare up in the bushes in the green.
A flare up in the bushes on PCH somewhere. They just said.
Yeah, copy.
Southern California Edison said in a filing that a downed conductor was discovered at a tower associated with its Eagle Rock Silmar 220 kV circuit. SCE does not know whether the damage observed occurred before or after the start of the fire, it said. I just wanted to see if I had.
Division Juliet, branch 1 trainee back. It's in the black. It's near the road, but it's flaring up. It's right where the Caltrans and the law enforcement yard is, where there's a beach parking half-mile sign. It's right behind that.
By the way, something else. The LA County wildfires could be the costliest in U.S. history, early estimates say. That's from AP. They are projected to be among the costliest natural disasters in U.S. history. The losses so far likely make the wildfires the costliest ever in the U.S., according to various estimates. AccuWeather put the damage estimate of damage and economic losses at $135 to $150 billion. By comparison, they estimated the damage and economic losses from Hurricane Helene, which tore across 6 southeastern states last fall, as between $225 to $250 billion. Also, insurance broker Aon PLC said the LA County wildfires will likely end up being the costliest in U.S. history.
Eaton Communications, RA22.
A person with AccuWeather said the total damage and economic...
RA22 Eaton Communication, go ahead.
Hold on a second here.
RA22 is en route to Fair Oaks in Washington.
A person with AccuWeather said the total damage and economic loss from this wildfire disaster could reach nearly 4% of the annual GDP of the state of California. Moody's also concluded the wildfires would prove to be the costliest in U.S. history because specifically because they have ripped through densely populated areas with higher end properties. This is interesting. While California is no stranger to major wildfires, they have generally been concentrated in inland areas that are not densely populated. That has led to less destruction per acre and in damage to less expensive homes. That's far from the case this time, with thousands of properties across Pacific Palisades and Malibu destroyed, home to many Hollywood stars and executives of multi-million-dollar properties. It could be several months before a concrete tally of the financial losses will be possible.
We're en route to New York and Altadena.
Wow.
Resource, please identify yourself again.
RA31.
Our viewer, Phoebe, says, who would rebuild in a place where you can't get insurance? That would be crazy. Well, I'm guessing you could get insurance, but you'd have to pay a lot for it. The insurance...
En route to New York and Altadena. Eaton communication clear. 1948.
The insurance rates are expected to go way up. Let me see if I can find something about that for you. This is from a few days ago. Pacific Palisades Fire may spell an end to cheap homeowners insurance in California. Reuters says the...
Division Juliet Communications.
Hold on a second.
Division Juliet.
This is very interesting.
Division Juliet from Communications. We have LAPD on scene, and they state they have a brush fire at 15100 PCH. 15100 PCH.
15100 PCH.
I copy. I believe that's have already been called into us. We have a firefighter at scene confirming that address is across from where they are staging.
Oh, across from where they're staging. Okay.
That is
oh,
correct.
Across from Will Rogers.
Yeah, we
so
have engines en route. Thank you.
It's across from the staging area at the parking lot. Us up here somewhere? There's, I guess on PCH, there's a little fire across from where they're staging.
5 Victor. Showing route 5 minutes from Fox. Positive AFF.
Yeah, right. As Melissa Case says, near the ocean.
In addition, we'll go ahead and assume Eaton air attack.
5 Victor, copy.
Yeah, if you look at this, it's very interesting. It says, the Pacific Palisades area is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the U.S., says Reuters. And ahead of this week's disaster, its insurance costs were among the most affordable in the country. That may be about to change. The scale of losses anticipated in the wildfires now ringing Los Angeles, as well as regulatory changes enacted late last year, could spell an end to relatively cheap homeowners insurance in areas like the Palisades that are at an elevated risk for wildfires, 4 analysts told Reuters. Measured against home values, insurance costs are cheaper in Palisades than in 97% of U.S. postal codes, according to a Reuters analysis. The relatively low cost of insurance in Palisades reflects the vagaries of a homeowner's insurance market in the U.S., where prices can vary widely because of differing regulatory policies from state to state. Consumer-friendly regulations in California have kept a lid on prices, even in high-risk areas, but have prompted many insurers to scale back coverage. Interesting.
Man, Romeo 2 is air attack, Eaton air attack on the B3 command. I'm trying to hit you on the air-to-ground command.
Eaton Air Attack, Unmanned Romeo 32 on B3, command. Unmanned Romeo with traffic. 1, operating over the incident. Both units are currently on the ground.
Okay, so you're both on the ground. Gotcha. If you're ready to copy this, I'm going to give you an altimeter 3014.
Copy, altimeter 3014. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll go direct on air-to-ground command.
We'll let you know when we're ready to lift.
Thank you much. I appreciate that.
Man Romeo 32 clear.
AP talked about this as well in an article. They said
Division Romeo Group.
Hold on a second.
RA 22. What's your location?
Oh, this is hold on a second. I don't know if I want to get all into this now.
22 Night Romeo Tango, Station 12.
You can see higher homeowner premiums could be coming soon, Rand economist said. If insurers' models signal a potential increase of risk, then you'd expect to see the request for premium increases by the insurers. The state is issuing a 1-year moratorium prohibiting insurance companies for 1 year from dropping coverage in areas affected by fires. But, you know, that could be, if you have a house there, even if the house survived, that could have a big impact on you. American Girl says, how can one afford to live there? Well, you have to have, it's expensive. Evelyn in Maine says the scale of the recent wildfires and anticipated losses have led or will lead to a sharp increase in premiums.
DP 12. I'm here. What are you in? Right next to the BLM truck. All right, I'll come find you.
Walkie Talkie says it's becoming increasingly unaffordable. I wanted to mention, I mentioned it earlier, but in case people didn't see it, there are 2 new websites from LA County
9 ops. 9 branch 5.
where you can look up what happened. They're damage maps where they're going around and they're surveying the houses, and they're posting online what level of damage a particular address has. And you can actually search by address. And they have photos posted. Yeah, I will post a link in the chat. So this is the one, the Palisades preliminary map showing damage assessments. This is the one from Palisades Fire. Is it not working right now? It was going slow before. I don't know if a lot of people, it's up there. There it is. This is the Palisades Fire, and you can, most of the houses have not been inspected yet, but some of them have. So red is destroyed, black is no damage, and then other colors are different levels of damage. But for example, in this neighborhood here, you can see of the ones inspected, most of them are red, meaning destroyed. So you can actually zoom in here, and you can pick houses, and you can actually put in an address too. But you can pick a house and you can click on it, and it'll tell you, like this one, destroyed, photo. And it has photos for the different houses. It's really depressing, actually, to see all these photos. Destroyed. Photo. Hold on. These are your first. Let me just do something real quick here. There's one right there. And again, this is the Palisades site. I'll post a link to this in the chat. Oh, there's two photos of this one. There's one. Where's the other photo? Look at this. Wow. Let me make that bigger. So again, they're going and they're surveying the different properties, and they're posting what happened, and you can search by address. But it is unbelievable. And roughly 2/3 in the Palisades fire. Total, they have searched, I think, around 2,700 properties. And about 2/3 of them are destroyed. Because I did this here. If you look, it says, or no, that might be, hold on. I'm sorry, not, they have searched 929. They have searched 929 properties so far. They have they have surveyed 929 properties, and 604 are destroyed. So almost 2/3 of the properties they have looked at for this survey are destroyed. That doesn't mean that number is going to hold for everything in that area, but of what they've surveyed so far, 2/3 are destroyed. So let me post. Again, this is a little fidgety right now. I think maybe a lot of people may be looking at it. I'm just guessing. But I'm going to post a link to this site right now in the chat. You can also find an address or place. So I bet you could do Palisades High School or something, you know. I would think. But you can put addresses in there. Ooh, I typed it in wrong. I've tried it with addresses. Is that going to come up? I don't think Palisades High School. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Did I spell it wrong? No, I spelled it right. Anyways, oh, hold on. You can put in addresses. I bet if I put in like 1426 or something, stuff will. Yeah, see, all these addresses just come up. And then you can also, like, these are, look at this part of Malibu. Look at this part of the PCH here in Malibu. Look at this. This is in Malibu, Pacific Coast Highway. These pictures are unbelievable. The ones, this is that's right on. I don't even know where that is. I'd have to look up specifically, but I don't know what number that is. But you could, like, you know,
Eaton Communications from RA22.
You could go look it up on Google Maps and figure out exactly what the numbers are.
RA22 en route to drop point 2212.
Yeah, this is 22068 Pacific Coast Highway right here. Clearly, that's what that is. So just to give you a sense of what it looked like before. (22068) Pacific Coast Highway. If I can. There. No, right there. There it is, and then there it is now. Right? Am I doing this right? Yeah, you can see the blue. See the blue right there? So let me just do this.
Night Alpha, Unmanned Romeo 3-2, Command V3.
Hey, good evening, sir. Just seeing,
It's unbelievable.
going to come set up at drop point 32 and then do a flight.
This is Unmanned Romeo 3-2. We are on the east side of the incident, and Unmanned Romeo 3-1 will be working for you. I believe they're wrapping up their current mission, be working towards you.
So basically, there was a garage here, and then the house. This was a garage.
Communications, Victor Trainee.
I mean, there's the garage right there. There's no more house.
Trainee, go for communications. Communications, Victor Trainee. All day resources are off the line.
Copy.
So it's really, and all of these houses in here, look, everything around it.
Copies, all day resources off the line.
Everything around it has all these houses on this street destroyed. Which one is this? I mean,
Communications, Yankee. All day resources off the line.
but anyways, if you can go to that site and you can look up the houses, you can look up, if you have a specific address you want to know about, you can look it up. But we were just looking at this house, and I mean, all these, everything in red is destroyed.
Off the line.
I was just going to try to get you one more to just show you. All right, this is 22108 or something. I bet we can find this. Where is it here? Right there. Is that it? One of these? I probably can't even see it. Is it that one right there? I can't even tell. 22070. Maybe it's that one. It's a gray house, 22108. It's a gray house with like a white garage door. Well, I don't know if it's still gray. I don't even know if we could find it. 22108. There, it's right there. Is that it? Yeah, that's it right there. There it is, right there. Looks like a nice house. So we have the gray house. There's the white garage. It looks like a triple garage. And that's now. Wow. So I'm just trying to give you a sense of just the level of destruction. It's just crazy. Oh, Chris said he looked it up on Zillow and it was like super expensive. I mean, a lot of this is incredibly valuable property. Yeah, Zillow says it's worth $43 million. I don't know who owned the house. I'm not going to try to find out, but yeah, if you look, there's the house.
Division Mike Trainee.
There, I mean, I think that's it right there.
Division Mike Trainee, Palisades Communications.
Okay. Yeah, sounds like
Oh, Beach Pavilion, is that it? Beach Pavilion Estate de Fredoc?
Ambulance to PCH and Sunset in the Gladstone parking lot.
I don't know what this is. Beach Pavilion. It says Beach Pavilion Estate de Fredoc.
2488, 49-year-old male, 1550 Alpha is going to be the contact, currently being cared for by Medic Engine 8.
All right, so again, I'll post that link again in the chat for you.
ALS code 3 ambulance to PCH and Sunset. I'm going to need to get the rest of the information in a second. First things I need to know, though, is this a line emergency for personnel?
Affirmative, it is a line emergency with flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms for personnel, it sounded like. So this site is the Palisades Fire Damage Inspections Dashboard.
Flu-like symptoms, line emergency.
And you can find information about properties there. And there's one for the Eaton Fire as well. It's the same link. It's the same link except it says Eaton rather than Palisades. Same thing for Eaton Fire. They have a site where you can go and check out what you can search by property address. You can see if they've looked up the property and whether it's damaged or not. Black is no damage. Red is destroyed. If it has red, a lot of times it has a photo. Look at all these houses here. All of these houses destroyed.
Affirmative. I've got a line emergency for flu-like symptoms at PCH and Sunset in the Gladstone's parking lot. Requesting a Code 3 ground ambulance for a 49-year-old male. Identifier Lone Pine 2488. Currently being cared for by Medic Engine 8. Point of contact is going to be 1550 Alpha.
One after the other. I'll post a link to this one too. So I just want to let you know that this exists, and maybe some people, you know, they might have relatives in the area, they might have interest in a particular property. So I'm just posting that one too.
Go for Ambo 1.
Ambo 1 Communications, do you copy the line emergency? If available, can you respond?
Ambo 1 copies en route, ETA approximately 60 seconds.
Ambo 1 Communications copies, ETA 60 seconds. Break. Communications continuing. Mike Trainee, I copy. PCH Sunset, Gladstone parking lot. 49-year-old male, flu-like symptoms. Off of Lone Pine 2488. You have a medic engine on scene already, providing care. Point of contact is going to be 1515 Alpha.
Point of contact will be 1550 1550
So,
Alpha.
Quick question. I don't understand. Redfin has the 22108 PCH for $6 million. So I don't know why it's $43 million on Zillow. It's the same address.
Comms copy. Point of contact 1555
Uh,
Alpha.
That's affirmative.
Realtor.com has a different estimate. So I don't know what to say about it. And then I'm seeing different sites with their, so I don't want to steer you wrong. I'm just letting you know that I don't really know the deal with that property.
Palisades Communications, copy 4 off Sierra B1.
Zillow also claims it sold for $85 million in 2017. I don't know. You know, again, it's not a stream about this property, but
Unit trying to contact communications. Repeat your identifier and go. You're extremely low volume.
I think there aren't even any aircraft over the Palisades Fire right now, or the Eaton Fire. Oh, there's one up here.
As transition with guard 00. Guard 00 is now Helco. 4 Alpha Sierra returning to Rio Helvey.
Copter 4 Alpha Sierra. Communications copies. Transferring to guard 00.
Oh, I have something else about the cause I want to show you.
Affirmative. Guard 00 is now Helco.
Comms copies.
But I was just gonna show you the flight radar for a second. I mean, very different right now, aircraft wise. So I don't see any aircraft. Oh, is there one? There's one plane, there's a helicopter, one helicopter over the Palisades Fire area. That's it right now. Just that one. And then up here over here by the this is Pasadena Police Department. This is in the area of this is the Eaton Fire area, but this has kind of been going all over the place. Then there's a plane up here. Yeah, there's a plane flying around the Eaton Fire area.
Day operations, deputy operations, I'll come in.
Is it over? Well, definitely not for one, because there's red flag extreme fire weather warning for Tuesday and Wednesday in a lot of Los Angeles and Ventura County. Melissa K says maybe hotspot checking. Cheryl Stipson says they haven't even gotten to where they're going to put the debris. They will have to bury it somewhere, gate it off, and that's another cost to bear. So how they disposing of all the debris in itself is just this enormous issue, obviously. Thousands of homes have been destroyed. I was going to mention this and I forgot to. Here. What caused the Palisades blaze? Visual evidence points to a recent fire nearby. Let's see. Quick thing here. This is from the Washington Post. About 30 minutes after the Palisades fire started on Tuesday, the firefighters' radio cackled. The flames were coming from a familiar sliver of a mountain ridge. The foot of the fire started real close to where the last fire was on New Year's Eve, said an LA County firefighter, according to archived radio transmissions. It looks like it's going to make a good run, one chimed into the dispatch. The Washington Post's analysis of photos, videos, satellite imagery, and radio communications, as well as interviews with witnesses, offers new evidence that the Palisades fire started in the area where firefighters had spent hours using helicopters to knock down a blaze 6 days earlier. The Post's analysis showed that the new fire started in the vicinity of the old fire, raising the possibility that the New Year's Eve fire was reignited. Interesting. Which can occur in windy conditions, experts said. Residents also told the Post and investigators on scene that firefighters' response on Tuesday was much slower than on New Year's Eve, a view confirmed by radio transmissions. From Colorado to California to Hawaii, flare-ups of previous fires, known as reignition, have been the cause of some of the nation's most catastrophic and deadly wildfires. Investigators are only beginning to hunt for the cause of the Palisades fire, says the Post. With speculation ranging from down power equipment to arson, identifying the origins of the fires will have huge and possibly expensive implications for the state and how it manages growing wildfire risks. The ATF is taking the lead in the investigation, officials said. From the start of the Palisades fire, authorities have known that the smoke began in a stretch of Temescal Ridge in the Santa Monica Mountains, where the earlier fire, believed by residents to have been sparked by fireworks, occurred. Residents and business owners are now considering lawsuits, seeking who might be to blame for damages and economic losses. Officials said determining the cause could take weeks or months. On Friday, fire officials, arson investigators, the ATF, and the FBI converged on hillside neighborhoods near the Skull Rock trailhead, close to the site of the earlier fire. ATF officials knocked on doors of the powerless pink retardant-covered homes that were still standing, asking residents about what they saw and about what they thought might have caused it. In one conversation, a resident who was cleaning ash out of his home told a Washington Post reporter and an ATF officer who knocked on the door that the disaster was started by idiots on New Year's Eve. It happens every year, said the resident, who spoke on condition of anonymity. People go up at night and party when they're not supposed to. His family heard fireworks popping off and noticed a fire had started on New Year's Eve around 12:20 a.m., he said. So they're saying in this article that it's possible that a fire that started a fire on New Year's Eve that took about, 4 hours to put out may have reignited. Anyways, as you can see, this is being looked into. They're not saying they know what caused it.
Ambulance 1, communications.
One of our viewers said, but a week later, no smoldering.
Palisades communications, go for Ambo 1. Ambulance 1, communications. Meadows inquiring about transport needs.
This expert said it is typical for weather flare-ups after a fire to cause
Ambo
rekindling.
1 will be transporting the patient to Westwood Hospital.
This is interesting. Experts said it's hard to ensure fires are completely cold. That often requires firefighters to go over the area by hand.
Communications copies, transporting patient to Westwood.
Ensuring a fire is completely cold often requires firefighters to go over the area by hand, which is difficult for fire departments who are often understaffed in responding to many incidents and emergencies. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so I don't know. Our viewer, Sea Turtle, says not buying that. They're not saying they knew. But I guess they know the general area it started in. My kill case says, I don't buy that theory at all. A fire did not start 6 days later.
Ambulance 1, communications. Go ahead for Ambulance 1.
Someone said my voice is behind, is my voice. They said that
When you begin transport.
There's a video sync issue. Nobody else has complained about it. Is that true? I can find out real quick. I can put it on right now on my phone and see. Let's see.
Go Palisades Communications. We are transporting now, and our ETA is 20 minutes.
Everybody says it's fine. Well, I guess that's not the case. Everybody said it's fine. No sync issue. You are perfectly in sync.
Copies, transporting patient, 20-minute ETA, closing the incident.
By the way, thank you to Linda Boris. I appreciate it. Linda Boris, also Toro.
Division Mike, communications.
Hang on. I don't want to step on the scanner.
Go ahead for Division Mike trainee.
Division Mike trainee. LAPD states there's a 2x2 grass fire at the intersection of 1053 Pelham Drive.
A 2x2 grass fire.
Pelham Drive.
2x2 grass fire in Pacific Palisades.
Confirming
Helen? I guess in front of this house.
Division Mike, Tellem. T-E-L-L-E-M.
Copy.
A quick thanks to Brooks Johnson, Not Bob Saget, Linda Boris, Toro Verde, Spyman, who says there is a video of the Eaton Fire starting by high voltage power lines arcing. Well, to be clear, I was reading some articles about this before, including on the air. It is said that there may be video evidence of the Eaton Fire starting, but it's not clear what exactly started it. Hold on, I'll mention that again. If I can find that. Where is it here? Where is it here? Yeah, so ABC 7 mentioned that there is a surveillance video that shows power lines running through Eaton Canyon arcing in the high winds before the fire. And then ABC 7 also had a photo showing early stages of the fire, Eaton Fire, and you can see power lines in the photo. They also talked to somebody who said their power flickered before the fire, and then a few minutes later the neighbor called to say there was a fire under the power lines. But it has not been confirmed what started the Eaton Fire. Also, another person told ABC News, ABC 7 LA, that the person's mother said she saw power lines sparking. if you want, there's an article on ABC7 that says, cause of Eaton fire may be down power line, witness said. But it has not been conclusively determined what started the Eaton fire. The LA Times has an article, investigators study Eaton Canyon electrical tower area as possible origin of the Eaton fire. And the LA Times said that early photos and videos captured what appeared to be the first flames of the Eaton fire burning at the base of a Southern California Edison electrical transmission tower. And the LA Times said a state fire official had told them that that area in the early photos and videos has become a focus of the inquiry, but it's not clear what investigators have discovered. And also the LA Times, like the other article I read, the LA Times says it will probably take weeks or months to determine what caused the Eaton fire.
.361 from 21 Charlie on tech.
Hey, 21 Charlie, you were coming over command.
I saw a striking photo earlier. This was from an article on January 8th by AP. They had this photo, which a photo I wanted to show you in the article. Let me just show you this. Look at this photo from AP. You can actually see the staircase of the house. It's crazy. I'll make it a little bigger. Again, that's an Associated Press photo. I don't know if this was all artwork on the walls on the left here. Is that they have like paintings on the walls? I'm not sure. And over here too, I'm not sure. With all those rectangles. I don't have an address for that house. I don't know which house that is.
Branch 7, Victor Trainee on command.
Wallpaper? I don't know what it is.
Branch 7.
I just want to close the loop with you. The water leak issue up on Tuna Canyon has been resolved.
Branch 7, appreciated.
I think I should have some more photos. By the way, I haven't watched. Some of our viewers are saying it was wall paneling. Some of our viewers are saying it was wall paneling that we saw in that photo. I haven't even watched today.
The call at 10:53. Tell them drive can be cleared. Single engine can handle.
I have not watched today. I didn't see the earlier updates. We showed you an update from tonight about the Palisades fire, but there was like a, what did they have today? They had, there was an Eaton incident virtual community meeting tonight, and then earlier there was, what was it here? Wasn't there like a big press briefing earlier? Palisades operations update. I could show you what some of, if you want to see it, I could show you what was said about the Eaton fire tonight, if you want to see it. If not, they did a update about the fire tonight. So you can say in the chat whether you want to see it. If you don't, then we don't have to show it. That was a couple hours ago. We can also, what we could do, you know what we can do? We could look at least the part where they talk about the actual fire, the Eaton fire. Why don't we do that? That was tonight, and I didn't see it. I think it was shortly before we came on the air. Might have been finishing when we came on the air. So we can at least watch the start of it. We don't have to watch the whole thing. But they definitely talk about the fire in it. So let's do that. If nothing else, why don't we just look at the part where they, at least the part where they talk about the fire. And then you can, you know, you might not want to watch the, if you want to watch the whole thing, you can go watch it. But that way, at least we can get the fire update about that fire, the latest update on that particular fire. I'm going to do that. I'm going to play that for some of that now. I want to shout out our moderators, by the way. You guys can tell me what you're thinking of it. Thanks to our moderators who are here. This is watch duty, by the way. Again, no aircraft right now that I see over the Palisades fire. Helicopter said it was looking good earlier. Eaton fire, there's one plane kind of flying around up there. Not seeing many hot spots from the last 12 hours or so. Those orange spots, there were way more of those yesterday. Those, I have them turned on watch duty, but you should, those are from the last 6 or 12 hours, those hot spots, but you're very few of them compared to yesterday. Roberts, May Queen, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, all moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating over there. And all of our YouTube moderators, Linda Belk and Larry on X, our Twitch moderators, A Moment of Lovely, Daily Disclosure, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thanks for moderating there. Also thanks to our Facebook moderators. We have moderating, I know Kay Lowry Body has been there, Margaret Riley. Thank you, moderators. Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson. Thanks also to Tony, Bruno, Jasper, Axelrod, Brooks Johnson. Jasper says it would not surprise me if insurance deemed it an act of God and denied coverage. I don't know the specifics about what coverage people had. I was reading an article talking about how some people might not have had full coverage there. Again, I don't know the specifics on what everybody had. I think some people, there's like, the article I was reading said something like if you can't get it anywhere else, you could always have gotten state insurance, but the state insurance only covers up to a certain amount. So some people might have had that, but which wouldn't cover the whole value of their house. Yeah, right here, look. So just a little background here. Before we're going to look at it in a second.
Papa, Amen Romeo 31 trainee on command.
We'll look at the Eaton Fire update in just a second, but just some background on this. AP, why does California have a home insurance crisis? California has seen other major insurers pull back on property coverage in the nation's most populous state as climate change makes wildfires, floods, and windstorms more common and damaging. Of the 20 most destructive wildfires in state history, at least 15 have occurred since 2015.
Unmanned Romeo from Papa trainee on command.
It's not even including this week. In 2023, 7 of the 12 largest insurance companies by market share in California either paused or restricted issuing new policies in the state. That has made it extremely difficult for homeowners in high-risk areas to obtain or afford insurance.
Papa, Amen Romeo 31 trainee on D1. How do you copy?
Hang on.
I have you loud and clear.
This is exactly what I was talking about before, right here.
UAS operation is concluded. We're leaving your area. Copy that. Thank you. Have a safe night.
What happens to residents who can't get regular home insurance? California homeowners in wildfire-prone areas either go without insurance or they join the Fair Access to Insurance Requirements FAIR plan. See what this is on Eaton Fire Scanner.
Do you have a location where I can meet up with you?
All right, that's not really important there. California created the FAIR plan as a last resort for homeowners who couldn't find insurance. The FAIR plan. Many people purchased the FAIR plan, which is run by the state, to satisfy their mortgage requirements. But those FAIR plan home insurance policies only cover basic property damage and carry a $3 million limit. Given the value of the real estate involved in the limited coverage, FAIR plan policyholders who lost homes in this week's fires may struggle to be made whole. The policies can be very bare bones, with some options only covering the actual cash value of what was lost rather than the true replacement costs. The plan was designed to be a temporary solution, but more Californians are relying on it than ever. The number of FAIR residential policies issued in the state more than doubled between 2020 and 2024, reaching nearly 452,000 policies. Could claims from the LA fires push the state-run FAIR home insurance plan into insolvency? The FAIR plan anticipates being able to pay out claims from the wildfires. The mean home value in Pacific Palisades and its surrounding areas hovers around $3.3 million. Anyways, so there could be people who had no insurance or insurance which doesn't cover the value of their house. Musical Chills says, I am a homeowner in California. The FAIR plan is a joke. Craig thinks the FAIR plan doesn't have enough funding for the expected claims. It says here on AP, policies sold to FAIR customers primarily fund the plan, but insurers would have to pay into the fund if it becomes insolvent or to keep it from insolvency. Under a new state rule, insurers could ask the state to approve rate increases to recoup the money spent on bailing out the FAIR plan. I'm not an expert on all this stuff. This industry expert said that the claims from the fires will be significant, but did not think it would be enough to put the industry out of business or the FAIR plan out of business.
Do you have traffic for Romeo 31 trainee?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys had a planned UAS tonight in Division Yankee.
That's negative. No night modules.
That copy.
All right, let's look at the Eaton Fire update. But
Hey, Yankee, I'm in Romeo 31. Did you have a need?
There was also an article.
If you guys have availability, we have a piece we'd like to look at, but it's not going to be, if you guys are available.
One article I was reading was talking about the possibility that people would have to like sell the land the homes are on.
Ambo 1 has arrived at the hospital.
Communications copies.
LA County Engine 50, are you up on V1 or TAC 29? On V1 or 29?
Here, and I'm not going to read all this now, but just something else about insurance. This is from the Washington Post. An insurance crisis was already brewing in LA, then the fires hit. In July, the state's biggest insurance company stopped providing home insurance to more than 1,000 homeowners in Pacific Palisades. The neighborhood was one of a growing number in California deemed too risky to insure, said State Farm, the president of State Farm Insurance. State Farm did not renew nearly 70% of policies in Palisades, leaving residents increasingly reliant on a state-backed insurer of last resort known as the FAIR Plan. Pacific Palisades had become one of the most fire-exposed areas that the plan covered, FAIR Plan, with nearly $5.9 billion in assets at risk of going up in flames. Now the catastrophe that residents,
Unmanned
insurers,
Romeo 3-1, Division Yankee. Did you copy that?
and regulators feared has come to pass.
Yankee.
Experts are warning the losses could overwhelm California's already fragile insurance market, potentially worsening an exodus of carriers and destabilizing the state-backed insurance system. This insurance expert, who used to be California's insurance commissioner, said, "We're marching toward a future where insurance is not going to be available or affordable." The prospect of such high-cost catastrophes had long worried California's private insurers, who said the premiums they were legally allowed to charge did not match the escalating damage from fires fueled by climate change. In the past 2 years, 7 of the state's top 12 insurers have pulled back on coverage by no longer issuing new policies or not renewing existing ones. And we just talked about this. The only option for many homeowners became the FAIR Plan, a state-mandated fire insurance association established in 1968 to fill the gaps where private insurers were unwilling to issue policies. Each insurance company operating in California is required to contribute to the FAIR Plan's expenses in proportion with its market share in the state. And look, in the meantime, for LA homeowners who do rely on the state's FAIR Plan, the program of last resort, there's another wrinkle. Many of them are underinsured. The FAIR Plan caps policies at $3 million, which is often less than the median home price in many wealthy and fire-prone California communities, including the Palisades. This becomes a problem when residents return after a disaster but find the cost of rebuilding a home is more than their insurance payout. This insurance expert said there's definitely going to be some people who don't have any insurance, but we know a lot of people affected by these fires will have been insured through the FAIR Plan. If they're in the FAIR Plan, we know they're underinsured. It's very interesting. Moments like this underscore the tensions facing homeowners, insurance companies, and regulators as climate disasters escalate, said this expert. Public officials want to ensure that insurance is accessible and affordable for their constituents. Yet insurers also need to be able to charge rates that accurately reflect the risk that they face. Otherwise, they may not be able to pay claims when disaster strikes. Raising insurance rates or refusing to offer policies can dissuade people from moving to the riskiest areas, which could help prevent deaths and reduce spending on costly firefighting efforts, he added, but it may also displace people and deplete long-standing communities. And this environmental economist at UC San Diego said that with global temperatures and the planet-warming emissions that drive them still rising, he thinks disasters in California and elsewhere will only become more frequent and expensive. In the hardest hit areas, another expert worries, homes could become too risky to insure at any price. Anyways, this is a whole other topic here, but I think it's certainly an interesting topic. But again, as we've seen several articles say, you could have a significant number of people who don't have insurance or have too little insurance. And also, I don't know how this is going to affect rates in California as a whole, for example.
Go ahead, sir. Yeah, module's going to be unavailable till tomorrow. We can add you to the list if you need some validation for tomorrow for your line.
One of our viewers said, what a nightmare.
Ground truth.
Not really home.
We're just looking maybe for some IR, just for heat signatures. I copy. Will tomorrow work for you?
Craig P., our viewer.
Yeah, and I can pass it on to my partner tomorrow morning.
This is what our viewer Craig P. thinks. Craig P. thinks that...
Put it on the list for priorities for tomorrow and then get a mob to you.
Our viewer Craig P. said mortgage lenders are expected to take a huge hit with underinsured and in some cases uninsured homes as are walked away from by the homeowners. You mean they just don't pay their mortgage? I haven't read that, but I don't know. Maybe that's true. Moose says the cost of rebuilding a home today is drastically more. By the way, like, how long will this all take? So you have to have this process of like just getting rid of the debris. I'm guessing they might have to redo the infrastructure in the city. Also, any kind of legal proceedings that need to take place, right? People might want to sell their property, or maybe people file lawsuits. How long does that all take? So, you know, you have a huge part of that area is just like rubble now. NYC Charlie says take years. Songbird says 5 years. David Gray says could take years. Ashes says 2 to 2.5 years. Dirt Squirt says need permits.
Division Yankee, Air Operations Command.
I mean, this was a neighborhood in LA. It's a neighborhood people know about, regular, you know, wealthy neighborhood, but you know, well-known neighborhood. And now it's just like gone, pretty much. Unbelievable.
Or correction, coordinate through operations, and he might be able to get you that IR signature you're looking for.
Reg Flores thinks insurance rates are going to skyrocket.
Copy. Are they planning on doing a product for the entire incident, or just targets of opportunity?
It's live feed product only.
I gotcha. Would I be able to get the feed, or?
Operations has access to the feed.
I told you we were going to watch the Eaton update, or some of it. So I think we should do that. But
I copy, and you said coordinate through the helibase?
Coordinate through operations.
I copy.
Oh, you know, HM Doppelganger said Lahaina just finished their first home rebuild. It's an interesting... I don't know all of the parallels and differences between the two situations. Lahaina was the neighborhood in, or the town in Hawaii that got largely wiped out by a fire. That was, if you go here, 2023, Wikipedia, in early August 2023, that's when it struck in Lahaina. Over 2,200 buildings had been destroyed in Lahaina, overwhelmingly residential, and many landmarks. I don't know the whole situation in there. You can read about that on Wikipedia and how, you know, how it's similar and different.
Operations Division Yankee Command.
Good for operations.
Yeah, I understand there's going to be a IR flight tonight with a live feed at 2200.
They're going to do an IR flight.
To get looked at.
They're going to look at some stuff with it.
I'll let you know when it's up and confirm the timelines.
They're doing some kind of flight with infrared capability to look down at the fire and look at something tonight. And they're going to have a live feed, I guess, for the people involved, the firefighters, to look at it, is what they were just saying on the chat. Brian says, don't be surprised if people start suing the city of LA for their response. The thing about that, though, is there's certain laws, and I'm not a legal expert, that make it so that you can't sue the government for certain things. And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. Bonnie Evans says, Lahaina has not recovered, nor has NC. NC was just, wasn't it like a few months ago? Sea Turtle says, don't forget what happened to people in North Carolina. Yeah, there are government immunity laws, but I don't know. It's called sovereign immunity. Is that what it is? Wikipedia says, hold on. Wikipedia says, sovereign immunity or crown immunity is a legal doctrine whereby a sovereign or state cannot commit a legal wrong and is immune from civil suit or criminal prosecution. But I don't know the specifics. There's a whole article on this in Wikipedia. You can read about different countries. Sovereign immunity in the United States. The federal government, as well as state and local tribal governments, generally enjoy sovereign immunity known as governmental immunity from lawsuits. But I don't know all the specifics. See, if you want to get into that, you could start by reading the article on Wikipedia, Sovereign Immunity. One of our viewers said Fox 11 is live. Are they showing anything? I can't steal their feed, but it's interesting that you said that. Let me check something out here. Hold on. Hang on. I like to have it on so I could see it. ABC 7 is, well, it says we'll be right back. Fox 11 isn't live on YouTube. They might be live on their website. They're not live on YouTube. All right, this is, I'm going to play you, this is the Eaton incident tonight's, I'm going to play some of tonight's Eaton incident community meeting. It says virtual community meeting, but looks like a lot of people were there. So let's just look at some of this. By the way, thanks to Susan Nola, our new Patreon supporter. Mountain Dude says, I work at an insurance company for high net worth clients. They sent out notices a few months ago about not covering for wildfires. That's what our viewers said.
I was on Mariposa and Lake. I can go towards you.
Okay. By the way, the Palisades Fire is 13% contained. So I'm not going to play like the whole, my intention is not, oh, by the way, my intention is not to play the whole thing. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to actually make this a little bigger because they're going to be showing like a map. And so if you want to watch this, but you want to see the sign language, you can find it at LA County Fire Department on YouTube. LA County Fire Department on YouTube. I want to make it a bit bigger because, again, they're going to show maps, and I want to have you guys be able to see. It's kind of hard to see the maps, so that's why I do it that way. But if you can go to their YouTube site and actually make it bigger, or not make it bigger. You can watch the full screen version with the sign language if you want. Okay. So let me play this. And again, I'm not going to just sit and play the whole thing. I want to especially play the part at the start where they talk about the fire update. So let's try this, see how this goes. Turn the volume on.
Now I would like to turn it over to Stephanie Bishop.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Bishop. I'm one of the information officers on the Eaton Fire. I'd like to thank the Pasadena City College for providing us this great establishment to do this community meeting in. My first speaker, I apologize, is that better? Now I got an echo. All right, my first speaker is going to be Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger.
I want to be short and to the point and let you all know that I've been out there and I make you this promise. I keep saying it, but I mean it. We are going to rebuild, whether it be in Altadena, Pasadena. We are going to make sure you all get everything and anything you need. We have here today federal representatives and state representatives. And as a county official, we're going to keep this momentum going. I know people who've lost their homes. I've met people who've been in their homes for 3 months who lost their home. I met a man yesterday who worked at Altadena Town and Country who now has no job and lost his home and had no insurance. We're going to fix it. So I want you all to stay positive. Ask the questions so we can give you the answers. So with that, that's all I have to say. I want to hear from the people that are going to tell us what we need to do next to get you all back into your homes.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we'll have a few words from the Mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just echo the supervisor's comments. We've been in touch with the governor's office. We've been in touch with the White House. We've been in touch with our state representatives. We, together with Congresswoman Judy Chu, brought a delegation of Southern California's congressional leaders. The difference between this event that, when you get up there and you see what's happened, people expect to see destruction, but they actually see devastation. It's the only way to describe it. And so you can rest assured that the city of Pasadena, working with the county, working with the state, and working with our national leaders, will do all that it can to ensure that we do rebuild. Our community in Pasadena and Altadena is strong and resilient. And we're one community. We say Pasadena, Altadena, but it's really the Dena. And the Dena means Pasadena and Altadena. And so you have my commitment, and you have my commitment as mayor of the Dena, together with your town council, your members of the Board of Supervisors, and our congressional delegation, that we will do all that we can to get you the resources to rebuild. Buenas tardes, soy Víctor Gordo, alcalde de la ciudad de Pasadena. Quiero decirles a todos que estamos aquí para apoyarlos como individuos.
I will skip the Spanish. I assume if you're watching this stream, you're watching in English, or that you might not know Spanish, but you can go to LA County Fire Department for the video if you want to see the Spanish. Okay, here we go. And you could see that they actually mentioned the supervisor who spoke, I think it was Catherine Barger, mentioned talking to somebody who lost their house in the Eaton Fire and did not have insurance. We were just talking about the whole insurance issue.
All right, thank you. Those are our opening comments. Before we get to our presentation, I'm going to go over a little bit of housekeeping. If you do need to go to the restroom, if you go to these back walls, on either side are your restrooms. I'd also like to note that our emergency exits will be to my right as well as my left. And if you need any type of water, we do have some for you over there. Prior to coming in, you were asked if you had a question to put it on a comment card. If you did not get a comment card, I have some information officers that will be out there. Just raise your hand and they will bring you one. To begin our presentation, we're going to have an operational update from Operations Section Chief Ernie Villa.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? So I'll go ahead and start off out here on the west side of the fire, right in this section right here. The firefighters have made good progress coming up the west side of the shoulder of the fire. There's direct hand line coming up along the shoulder of the fire here. An area indicated with the black line indicates that we've made containment along this fire's perimeter right here. Yep, it'd be just north of Altadena. I know the map, you may not be able to see that, but it'd be on the west shoulder of the fire. As you come up, we've been able to go direct along this fire's edge, coming up all the way up here to about what we refer to as drop point 94. In this section just north of it, in Bear Canyon, it's an area of the fire where it's pretty much impenetrable for firefighters on the ground to get down in this section of the fire. The terrain, and I may be speaking to you all that probably are familiar with these mountains, but this terrain out here is rugged, some of the ruggedest I've seen. So there is a large section of fire perimeter right here that will be extinguished with helicopters and aircraft. We will not be able to get firefighters in this section of the fire. As you come up around this section here, we were able to continue direct hand line, a combination of hand and dozer line along the fire's edge, coming around this section here. And then as you get into this area as Mount Markham, this is another section here of the fire where we're unable to put firefighters here down on the ground due to the terrain. We do have aircraft dropping in both of these sections of the fires, and they'll continue to do so. As you come along the fire's edge here, along the Mount Wilson Road, coming back down into Mount Wilson here, the fire is holding along the south side of the road. The firefighters were successful at keeping all of the structures up at Mount Wilson secured. There is some blistering and small minor things that had occurred from the radiant heat that occurred as the fire made its way up towards that infrastructure, but there were no structures lost at Mount Wilson due to the hard firefight the men and women put in. As you continue down the Mount Wilson Road here, heading south, the fire has another section here where we are using aircraft to extinguish the fire. This section right here is kind of near Winters Creek. And then as you continue down the fire's edge here, we have a combination of dozer and hand line that connect all the way down to the reservoir. Right here at the reservoir, in the early stages of the fire crossed, spotted across the road system here to the east. This is another section of the fire where it is too rugged and steep for the firefighters to put feet on the ground here. There are heat sources. We've been able to keep the fire in check with aircraft that have been assigned to our incident. And so we'll continue to do that until we can show these sections of the fire contained. As you come around the lower section of the fire here, a lot of progress has been made at gaining containment. Along this section here, all along the bottom end, we have a lot of work to do, as you can see, along the south end of the fire here. As you work your way down through the communities here, the heaviest impacts from the fire that we've identified will be in the Altadena area. There's a lot of work in here. In my career, I've never seen the amount of devastation and destruction that exists in here. So a lot of work. It's going to be long term. As far as the fire perimeter, we're continuing to mop up and secure this and working as hard as we can to make sure that we can get folks back into their communities. As you continue around the bottom edge of the fire back out to the west, we're still making progress, and it kind of brings us back up to where I started. I want to just speak to these areas of concern that I spoke to. We have a mobile retardant plant. It's a portable tank that we can set up here at Mount Wilson that allows us to use the retardant from that tank to drop on these areas that we've identified as far as concerns. We're also working to identify ridges and other features out here from past fires and from information we have from the forest, the national forest here, that we will use to implement as contingency plans if these areas become concerns and we're not able to control them during a future wind events. So we do have plans in place both on the east side of the fire and on the west side of the fire should another wind event occur. We'll continue to work as hard as we can, as safely as we can, to get you all back into your property safely. Thank you for having me.
I know the map is a little difficult to see. You guys are more than welcome after the meeting to come up and we can answer some questions. There's several information officers around that will be able to assist you too. Next, we're going to go with fire behavior and weather update with Dennis Burns.
Good afternoon, Dennis Burns, fire behavior analyst for the incident management team. First off, let me go a little bit into the weather that we're expecting over the next several days. In my career, I haven't seen as many red flag days in a row as what we're seeing here since the Thomas fire a few years ago. We're looking at the red flag warnings to continue through Thursday morning, most likely. Having said all that, you may start seeing advertised as soon as this evening, if you're watching the news, that the National Weather Service is issuing what they call basically a very dangerous situation, particularly dangerous situation. However, that is to the north of us. We're still in the red flag warning, but the winds are actually expected to be farther north of us than what they are, so we should be out of the fire area. It doesn't mean things are any better, but the chance for damaging winds, things like that, actually are a little bit more north of us. If I can back up a little bit in time, when this fire first ignited, the typical Santa Ana, so if you look at 20 years of weather, the typical Santa Ana has a more northeasterly component. More northeasterly component. The wind's coming this way. Tomorrow's is actually more east. When this incident started, it was almost directly out of the north, which is very rare for this area. I've been doing fire behavior for 25 years, and this area where this incident occurred is generally during significant Santa Ana events pretty wind sheltered. I mean, you feel the wind, but nothing like to the north, San Fernando Valley going out to the coast and through Ventura County. So, it does happen as we've seen, but this actual event was pretty rare. So we're continuing that dry conditions. Humidities are going to get down into the single digits. They're running in the teens right now. We're looking at winds. We could potentially see gusts, particularly over the ridge tops, in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range. And that, as I'm saying, it'll kind of ebb and flow over the next couple of days. It's kind of ebbed this afternoon. It'll probably pick back up tonight. And then tomorrow night, it'll really ramp up. We'll see the strongest winds Tuesday morning, starting pretty early, probably 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then continuing on through the day, and then they should subside a little bit after that. The driest day will actually be Wednesday, even though the strongest winds will be Tuesday, but we still will maintain that offshore flow through Thursday morning. So having said all that, weather-wise, what's that mean for the fire? Ernie mentioned a couple of things. The first thing I want to draw your attention to is that the two colors you see outside the fire perimeter, this was the station fire, and I just vapor locked. Bobcat, I was going to say Cub, but Bobcat. And you can see that there's kind of a ridge system that goes through here. So this is generally the most logical place for us to pick up the fires because it's held fire before, and that's where most of our lines are. We try to find ridges or topographical features that are going to hold our fire. What you can't see from back there is a lot of these drainages are where the heaviest fuels are. We get infrared flowing over the fire. These drainages are showing quite a bit of heat still inside just because that's where the most fuel is. The good thing about the dry conditions are those fuels are burning out a little bit quicker than they normally would. So that's on the positive side. The negative side is it still provides a heat source, and if it generates enough heat, we could see spot fires, and with the predicted winds, we could potentially see spot fires up to 2 miles, maybe even farther. For some of you that were up a little bit earlier this morning, you saw a column of smoke coming out of that. That's one of those drainages. It's also one of the areas that Ernie was mentioning that we've got to work with aircraft. However, part of that drainage has high tension power lines running through it, and our aircraft cannot drop through wires. So, but it's a good thing that those fuels are burning out, and we've got people that are boxing that out. But that is a potential source on this fire and if we saw any spotting, we would expect it to go in this direction. The other thing that, and you can't really see it by looking, but there's still a lot of smoldering fire in these areas, and because of all the rubble from all the damaged homes and whatnot, it's those buildings pancaked on top of that heat. So it's going to require a lot of time to lift all that out. So those sources of heat continue to be a concern for us, and they will continue there just because of so much material that that we have in our houses. So those are also sources of heat that are a concern. We're not expecting a significant amount of spotting potential out of here. It's more in the wildland areas. So that's pretty much where we're sitting. We're not as concerned on this side of the fire and in the lower elevations in the vegetation, mainly because the fire burned so hot initially that it basically moonscaped the fuels, so there's really nothing left to burn. So our heat sources tend to be in the drainages and where the structures were, and that's where we're concentrating.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Air Resource Advisor Jen Croft.
Good evening. It's great to see so many smiling faces after such a tragic event. I'm encouraged that all of you are here. I'm Jen Croft with the Interagency Wildland Fire Air Quality Response Program. I take the information from the operations group, the incident commander, all of our cooperators, fire behavior, and the incident meteorologist to kind of formulate your various incident-specific air quality forecasts. I'm looking at the impacts to public health, public transportation, and all of our fire suppression responders that are in the system. I use that information then to formulate a forecast that's very specific, tapping into all the monitors that are available. The monitors that are available in the area right now, you can see them at fire.airnow.gov. I would highly encourage all of you to take a look at that, because that will help you determine when you need to be wearing a mask, when maybe you don't need to go for a run today, and for those of you that have pre-existing conditions like cardiac and respiratory issues, when it's time to find a better place to be. Information is loaded on that. I encourage all of you to go and visit with that. That being said, when you look outside right now, the air quality is good in the entire LA basin, which in itself is a pretty awesome reflection of the tremendous effort of our operation and our fire suppression incident management team. However, here's the hard part. Because the air quality is better, you're all going to want to get back in there and check things out. I met today with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and we talked about some of the monitor readings we're seeing in the area, in particular in relationship to the buildings and structures that we saw engulfed in the fire. There's a tremendous amount of particulates and pollutants in all of those materials, and right now the lead and arsenic readings are higher, and that's a monitor that is well to the south of us. So the indications that if you are trying to repopulate, particularly in the Altadena foothills, the likelihood of higher level of arsenic, lead, and asbestos exposure is very present. Keep that in mind when you start thinking about digging into all of your property items, moving things, taking a look at. Keep your mind of when your house was built, what the properties might include in terms of lead, and be aware that arsenic is very present in a lot of locations. Again, I'm looking out on this crowd, I'm seeing smiling faces and masks. Keep in mind the P100 and the N95 are the preferred masks to be utilizing. Make sure they are well fitted, and be aware that it puts additional stress on your hearts. And so for some of you, you might want to consider not utilizing an N95 mask until you've talked to a doctor, because that breathing rate on your heart actually causes as much, if not more, stress sometimes than the particulates themselves. PM 2.5 is 70 times smaller than the size of your human hair. So if you're wearing a fabric mask or an unfitted mask or only partially fitting your mask, it's not protecting you. Don't use it that way, please. If you're using it to protect us from any respiratory issues you might want to share, I appreciate that as well. I'll be here for questions afterwards. Thank you.
Now, I may forward it to the Q&A session.
All right, so that's going to cover our portion of operational in regards to the suppression efforts. Now I'm going to bring up Operational Section Chief Jed Gaines, who's going to talk about the operational recovery efforts we've been doing.
All right, so I mean, I wasn't going to play the whole briefing. I was thinking maybe I would go to the Q&A. That was we got a bunch of information on what's going on with the fire. It was interesting talking about the possibility that you could have smoldering parts of that fire, and then when the winds come in, it could pick up embers from the parts still burning. It could take those embers, 2 miles away. So I thought that was really interesting. But I could forward it to the Q&A part. I'm looking to see what people in the chat are saying. Let's see. Purple says that fire guy was informative. Yeah, the chief thing I wanted to see was the fire update. You know what? Actually, the next guy is talking with the map. So I think I'm going to play the next guy, and then maybe we'll forward to the Q&A after him. I think we might do that. But the next person is talking with a map, so I think you might want to see that. All right, well, I'll play the next guy. I'll keep playing and then we'll kind of take it as it goes. But let's see the map person.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. So when this fire started on Tuesday afternoon, evening, and it exploded into what it turned into, the decision was made on Wednesday to order a second incident management team. And part of that reason was for disaster response and recovery. Typically on a fire this size, we don't have 2 incident management teams, but because of the complexity and the disaster and the devastation that you guys have seen here, that is why that decision was made. Part of that is the recovery efforts and the cleanup that's going to need to be done in here because of the amount of structures and damage that has been in there. So we have the lower section where all the communities are, Sierra Madre, Pasadena, and Altadena, all divided up for our span of control. We have urban search and rescue teams in collaborations with the Sheriff's Department's search and rescue teams, split up into 3 groups that consist of a total of 400 personnel for those teams. Those teams are going through and we are doing searches of every structure that was impacted by fire. Part of that reason is to search for human remains. We have human remain dogs that are highly trained with all of these teams to go through, along with an anthropologist, to go in and search every building. We are doing those search by target searches that we get from missing persons report through the Sheriff's Department, and then also any other 911 related calls that happen during the evacuation. This is a common practice on incidences like this because of the...
I have a quick question for you. Sorry to interrupt. I have a quick question. You know, we have been focusing on this for good reason. I did not even realize there was some of the viewers were just mentioning this in the chat. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin is supposed to launch its New Glenn rocket for the first time tonight. And they're going to attempt to recover the first stage booster on a seafaring barge. Reuters says this will be the long-delayed debut launch of New Glenn, Blue Origin's flagship rocket that will challenge SpaceX's dominance in the satellite launch market. So I guess the window opens, supposedly. The launch window opens, I think, at 1 a.m., but it's a 3-hour launch window. Let me just look this up, because I was going to say we could switch over to cover that. I'd have to do a new stream. Yeah, the launch window opens at 1 a.m. I would just have to do a new stream. So I don't mind doing it. I'm going to have some video I can show you. Yeah, I think I might. I think I might do it. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. I mean, it could get delayed or whatever, but yeah, maybe we'll do that. I can't do both. If I'm going to do it, I got to go over there now. If I'm going to do it, I got to get to it now. Because it takes me a second to get on the air. All right, I think I'm going to really quickly, I have to wrap up this stream really quick if I'm going to do this. Okay? Yeah, I'm going to do, I know some people might prefer this, but I think I want to cover that. And so anyways, give me a few minutes and I'm going to start another stream. I got to do it really quick though. I got to do it quick. You know what I could do is I could let this play. I can play this while setting up the other stream. Why don't I do that? I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to set up the other stream while letting this play, if I can. And then I think I should be able to transport you over to the other stream if you're watching on YouTube. So let me keep letting this play, and I'm going to start setting up the next stream.
Given and the amount of destruction did not allow everyone efficient time to get out of the area. So we have urban search and rescue teams from all over the state of California that are here. We have a hazmat team that has been ordered and is here assisting with LA County's hazmat team, and they are going to be here for the duration. There's a lot of hazardous material. There's still a lot of heat in these homes that we still have to cool down ahead of these USAR teams that are out there doing these searches and to get that completed. We have them broke up to try to get stuff done. We've started in the Sierra Madre area on the east side, and we are getting that done. We're hopeful we can get all these done in the next 7 to 10 days for everything that is out there across the whole front country of all the communities in there. That's our target goal. With the hazmat, we have found a underground lithium battery storage plant for bicycle batteries that has posed a huge hazard in that area. We are working with the hazmat teams to keep that contained. So a lot of that is just very dangerous. As you just heard, the air quality in some of that area is still very, very high and dangerous. We have worked with the state on a hydrology report for what this is going to look like when the rains do come. It is January. We will get rains at some point here in California. And so we are working on a hydrology report, and they're running models on what the county can do and what we can do to start preparing for that, because that is something we do need to think of. We have an infrastructure group that we're working in collaboration with the county roads department, city public works department. We're helping get roads opened up and cleared up so the utility companies can still get in there. They're getting in there, still getting the power lines down. There's not only fire damage, but there's a lot of wind damage. We have large trees that are down across the roadways, into houses, power lines down all over, so we are working on getting that cleaned up as well to get the utility companies in there. There's been open gas lines for structures that have been lost that have just continued to burn. The water supply has been contaminated, so we're working on assisting in all that we can there. Also, damage inspection teams are out assessing, getting numbers. There'll be a little more information on that later tonight for you guys to get that information daily. We're also assisting the county, and local assistance centers are being opened up for the duration of this, because this is going to continue on for several months. As far as evacuations and repopulating these areas, we understand folks want to get in there, but you guys have to understand that it's still very dangerous out there. We have 2 meetings a day with all the departments that are involved with the cities and the county to talk about, and the utility companies, on where we can let people back in and where we cannot. So the areas where the fire did burn, it's still very, very dangerous in there, not just because there's still hot stuff, but like, as I said, the hazardous materials that are still out there because of the amount of structures that have been lost. Thank you.
Next up, in regards to evacuation information, Captain Williams with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Good afternoon. I want to make sure everybody can hear me. Great. My name is Jabari Williams. I'm captain of Altadena Sheriff Station. I just want to give a few updates and some information. As we heard, the fires has caused significant damage. We have over 7,000 structures damaged. 3,200 residents have been evacuated, and there's still over 9,000 structures still at risk. So it's important that we follow the guidelines just to keep people safe. There's progress being made right now to repopulate certain areas of Altadena. As was mentioned earlier, there's a long process involved, and involves a lot of different agencies. They meet, like you said, twice a day. They go out to certain areas. Those include Public Works, the utility companies, Public Health Department, the Fire Department, and of course the Sheriff's Department. And we all have to agree that the area is safe for people to repopulate before we can actually start to do it. So it's a long process. We are making some progress, but just be patient with us because it's going to take some time. The Sheriff's Department, we have over 350 personnel on scene, actively working. We have over 1,400 missions in place. That includes hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, and evacuations as needed. We're still supported by the National Guard and by California Highway Patrol. The 6 o'clock curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. mandatory curfew, and that's only for the evacuation order areas throughout Altadena. Again, that's only for the evacuation ordered areas throughout Altadena. As of this morning, we've made 25 arrests. Some of those arrests were for curfew violations, so we are strictly enforcing this curfew. Please adhere to it. There was questions about whether people can bring drones or fly drones into the affected areas to assess their property damage. The answer is no. It is actually illegal. It's against the law to fly a drone in a damaged area like this. We've already made 2 arrests for people flying their drones. So please do not fly the drones in the damaged area, please. I want to talk more about the repopulation. As of right now, we're starting to repopulate part of Altadena. We've started just as of 3 o'clock today. There's an area, and I'll describe the area. It's south of New York, east of Hill Street, and west of Altadena Drive. That area has now been downgraded to an evacuation warning area. That means people can't go into that area back to their residence. However, there's still no power in some of those areas, so just be aware it's an evacuation warning area. There are some things you need to adhere to. So we just want to make sure when you get to an area, check for conditions that could be hazardous, okay? Inspect your surrounding areas. There still may be some hazard, debris, things like that may have been moved into that area. Wear protective clothing when you're assessing your area. Mask, shoes, gloves, things like that. We want you to protect yourself as you still move into your area and assess your property. Be mindful of there's still some ash and toxic substance that may be in that area. If you have respiratory conditions, consider that. Please, it's best to hire a professional to check your utilities. I don't recommend you do it yourself. Please have someone that's a professional to come out and check it. This is important. Document the damages. Take photos before you start to clean up. This may be important for insurance purposes. And this is such a trying time. Your emotional well-being is important. Just make sure you have support with you. And if you don't, please see if you can seek help if you need so, because this is could be such a trying time for people as they start to repopulate the area and assess the damages. Again, only that area I described has been downgraded to a evacuation warning area. The rest of Altadena, north of that, what I described, is still considered evacuation ordered area. It's still not safe to go into that area. There's a lot of things that could cause a lot of dangerous debris. There's wires still down in the area. There's no guarantee that a safe water supply can be supplied to that area. And that's the reason why it has not been downgraded to an evacuation warning area. On a personal note, I just like to say, I've been the captain of Altadena for about 3 years. And ever since I got there, it's like I've been adopted as part of the community. I don't live in Altadena, but I feel that I'm part of that community. That's how all of the people that work at Altadena feels. So we feel for everyone. Our heart goes out to you. And I just want you to know that we're doing the best we can to make sure that we help with this situation. And we're going to be there for you no matter what. So definitely.
Okay, I got to, we're going to do another stream right now on the Blue Origin New Glenn rocket launch. And which is the launch window starts in 20 minutes. So I need to, I'm sorry to interrupt this briefing. You can see the rest of it at the Los Angeles County Fire Department website, but we are about to do the Blue Origin rocket launch coverage. So if you're watching on YouTube, I have already set it up that you will be transported over. If you just sit there on YouTube, you will be transported over to the new stream. For those of you, I'll post a link to the YouTube stream in the chat, but it's going to be on all the platforms. But I got to, I have to get this all set up. I have to end this so I can go do that. That's what I need to do. End this so I can do that. So this is the Jeff Bezos owned space company. Okay, so I do anticipate having more. If there's more big developments with the fires, we will certainly do more coverage. But let me quickly go do that. I got to start that stream. So I hope to see you over the next stream. I'm going to do the quickest goodbyes. Really, just let me shout out our moderators for being here. Roberts May Queen and is there on YouTube, and all of our YouTube moderators: Linda Belkin, Larry, A Moment of Lovely, Daily Disclosure, Idaho Star, Mark and NC. Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch, and our Facebook moderators like Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body. Thanks to all of our moderators. I appreciate you tuning in. Thoughts with everybody in SoCal, Southern California, who's been impacted by these fires. And I hope the winds don't start more fires the next couple of days. High wind warnings for Tuesday and Wednesday. Red flag fire weather warnings. So if there's big developments with the fires, we will certainly cover that here. But let me get off the air real quick. Oh, and thank you to Awaken Youthful on Twitch for your support, and Goran Vinko for your support on YouTube. All right, so if you're on YouTube, this stream's going to end right now. If you're on YouTube, it should just take you over to the next stream automatically. If you're on another platform, just wait a second. It's going to take me a second to start the stream. So let me finish this. I'm going to end this, and in about 5 minutes, probably, if not less, the new stream will start, okay? So I hope to see you on the next stream in the next couple minutes right here at Agenda Free TV. I'm going to wrap this up now. Appreciate you joining. Sorry, I was going to read some more of your comments. I'm sorry I didn't get to them. I was going to get to them after the, some people wrote to me on X and stuff. I'm sorry I didn't get to it. I was going to get to them after this, but we didn't have time. So I'm ending this right now. I appreciate you writing in and sending me news tips and stuff. I'm going to end this now, but I'll hopefully see you on our next stream, which is coming up in a couple of minutes. So that's it for now for this stream. Join us for our next stream in just about 5 minutes.